love you, Hasan. "17 moths, approaching stage 2 brain rot." What a fucking liar, dude. Has slam.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one. That was by Megaphonics. Again, Megaphonics, who made the epic trailer version of Waiting for Hasan. He professionally makes trailer music for a living. And HasanAbi head made that version. Every time I say like what I just played music-wise, it feels like I'm doing NPR. Does anyone else feel that way, where it's like, or Democracy Now, you know what I mean? Where like, I'm Amy Goodman, joining me is Narmeen Sheikh, and this is Democracy Now, the World News Report. I'm Amy Goodman, and it'd always be like, Nagewu Bunjabe.
Can't wait for leftovers to return in April.
Famous Afro-punk. It's always some shit like that, like do the NPR whisper.
Has right, let's go, has left.
Yes. Welcome to the HasanAbi show, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs. Welcome to the HasanAbi show. Yeah, my peaks are super high. When I go high, it peaks, but then when I'm doing my low voice, it's like really low. I don't know what's going on. I think we changed some stuff. We changed some stuff in the on the show. A $2.7 million house for $140,000 car, and he has holes in his shirt. This is my favorite shirt of all time. You probably have seen Will wear this exact same shirt, because this t-shirt is a real gym in Florida. It's called Lord's Gym. Okay, and it's Jesus Christ bench pressing this, or doing push-ups with a cross behind him, and the cross is the sins of the world, because carries his back, carries all of our sins on his back. And it's a really old shirt that was slated to be tossed out by friend of the show, Jank Uger, originally, and I found this in the fucking trunk of his old Pontiac, and it's not a hype beast type shirt. I've been wearing this for years and years and years. I bought a new one, and then I gave it to Will. So now you've probably seen Will wear the new one. I mean, the color is worn out. It's just fucked up, but I love it. And it's hilarious because the Righteous Gemstones literally has like something like this. Anyway, yeah, we'll be watching the new John Oliver today because it's about wrongful convictions, a concept that I do enjoy covering quite regularly, quite frequently. I do cover it a lot. But also, why are you ignoring the video on sex work by John Oliver? I genuinely can't understand why. The overwhelming consensus in the sex work community around the world that it is the best piece ever done in mainstream media, 100% based. Please do watch. Oh, I just thought it was not safe for work. That's the reason why I skipped it, because I personally obviously have covered sex work a lot.
Hi.
But the reason why I skipped it is because I thought that it was just not safe for work. I thought that there would be like some weird shit in it. You know what I mean? How do you feel about Joe Biden and his administration's handling of the mating crisis? I heard it hits you quite hard.
Yippee.
Talking about the Lord? What is this? What the fuck is this? Is this a meme video? Did you just send me a fucking meme video, dude?
All of you need Allah, okay? You need to stop posting on TikTok. You need to read the Quran. All of you need Allah, 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 Allah. Read the Quran, 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 read the Quran, Quran. All of you need Allah.
When did this happen, dude? What the fuck? Wow. This is by Christian Soto. That was an electronic rendition of All You Need Allah by Christian Soto. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast. Joining me now is Juan Gonzalez from New Brunswick, New Jersey. Oh, what a jam, dude. Okay, what a jam. Yeah. Sampled by Waiting for Hasan Groovy Remix by Bannister Shava Music. Anyway, what do you say to Peter Thiel's big influence in America these days? I think everybody should know what he does. Yeah, I agree. Snoop Dogg joined FaZe Clan? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? What the fuck? Anyway, listen. We'll get to all of that. Best knock on NPR's Parks and Rec classic scenes. Shit on Central Jersey now? I dare you? Bro, I literally can't. I can't shit on Central Jersey because it doesn't exist. You know Central Jersey doesn't exist. Why must you make it seem like there is a reason, there's a pocket, there's an area in New Jersey that exists? Is North Jersey or South Jersey? There is no center. It's so sad. People are always like, oh, I'm in Central Jersey. The reason why it doesn't exist is because no one from New Jersey is actually from New Jersey. Okay, here are some facts. For those of you who don't know, no one from New Jersey is actually from New Jersey. Everybody lies. There's either North Jersey or South Jersey. Okay, and if you're from South Jersey, you lie and you say you're from Philadelphia. Even though Philadelphia is, not exactly a great place either. And if you're from North Jersey, you lie and you say you're from New York. No one admits that they're from New Jersey, which is why there's no such thing as Central Jersey. The area, the pocket in which people do actually admit they're from New Jersey is an area that does not exist. The Manalapan, Freehold, all the way to New Brunswick, New Jersey area. This is not a real area. People claim it is. People act like this is a real, people act like this is a real region. But no, pockets of that are a part of North Jersey and therefore a part of New York. Or pockets of that could even act like they're from South Jersey and therefore Philadelphia. But most of them say they're from New York. Central Jersey is like, the demilitarized zone in between North Jersey and South Jersey. Okay? It's just how it is. Why are you the authority on this? I have literally, like a war correspondent, spent many years embedded in the pockets of North Jersey and South Jersey. I've went down to and explored the tundra of Atlantic City, the wasteland.
14 months
I've seen all the southernmost points of Cherry Hill. I've gone up to Trenton. I've gone to many different parts. I've explored all the territories of New Jersey and everything that it has to offer, and that's the reality. I know I am the foremost authority on this. Would you like to see a Fallout New Jersey? Did you wear your war correspondent vest and hair? Yes. Thinking about getting into stocks because the world is ending. Good time to buy the dip. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Okay. And in my personal news, what's going on in my life? and everything else that has happened since I ended the stream in a fiery fury last night.
Hi, smile.
We're going to get to the news in a brief moment, but before I do that, this is part where I tell you a little bit what's going on. I ended the broadcast. I kept playing. Of course, I kept playing a whole bunch of Elden Ring. And then I went to sleep, and then I woke up this morning, and I worked out. And now I'm here. I worked out, I took a shower, and I'm here now, okay? Diet's going well. My workouts are doing all right. My shoulder is like finally starting to recover a little bit. I've been bench pressing again. It's not the same level as where I was before my shoulder injury, but you know, I'm there.
I am here.
The snipers in the chat, inshallah, you will. I hope that may Allah show you the wrongdoing of your ways, and that I hope by the power given to me by George R.R. Martin and Miyazaki, I hope that all of you gankers that try to ruin people's fun by, triple teaming and then parking their asses in an area to make sure that invasions don't go all right. I hope that your games crash. I hope your save files are taken away. I hope you are blocked from playing From Software games forever.
Hi, chat.
Amen. But you were trolling as well? I mean, that's the whole point of an invasion. Anyway, this is so incredibly wrong. Holy shit. This is the worst thing. Are you talking about NATO? No, I'm talking about Elden Ring. Anyway, let's get into it. Look at the comments. Lmao, fresh report from Mariupol in English from the Azov commander. A Ukrainian war report. Yes, dude. Listen. You're going to see a lot of people horny as fuck about the Azov battalion saying it's fucking sick, okay? You just got to get used to it. It's going to happen. It's going to happen, okay? Just chill out. You can't, at a certain point, you're going to get bored of yelling about this, I think. Anyway, I'm horny for a little react first. What? No. So, third round of before I do this, obviously, let's fucking blast off. Clearly I forgot to do that. Day 12.
11 months of brain rot.
Of the invasion. Okay, day 12 of the invasion.
Hey Hasan, do you still want a Canada/USA friendship flag? Do you have a PO box?
Day 12 of the invasion of Ukraine. Third round of fire talks.
Hasan.
Rejected by Ukraine. Talk about why. Answer the dono? No,
3
I will
months
never
and
answer.
Going strong. Love you.
When you seen the Batman? Probably never. I don't fucking know. When I have time. Okay, day 12 of the invasion of Ukraine. Third round of ceasefire talks rejected by Ukraine.
It's time.
Stupid Barry Weiss. Censorship. Peace. And new John Oliver. Then
seem like you're in
I
a good mood today,
continue
smile.
killing bosses and invading in Elden Ring. And now, do we have a meme for this blast off tweet or no? Get it now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay. Barry Weiss from Storage Wars. The music video, I can't put that in. That's a link. I will watch the sex work
Hasan,
John Oliver
thank you
one
for
as well.
introducing me
Okay,
to
I will
Stabby.
watch the
I
sex
checked
work.
out his stand-up show on the weekend.
Would you box in one of those YouTube events like the one iDubbbz is organizing? No. iDubbbz asked me to actually no Discord nodie.
W.
I have the Moonveil Katana. It has some problematic scenes. Be careful. Dude, that's why I didn't want to watch it. Ukraine and Russia will meet in Turkey. Nice. Okay, so I guess no memes, huh?
Finally
no memes.
picking up my first dog this weekend
Yeah,
after waiting a
I've
few years
basically
for the
starved
timing to
out.
be right.
The
Hope you find a puppy
war
when the time
frogs
is
have
right to
absolutely
hassle.
murdered the OK Buddy frogs. So there's just nothing. There are no memes left. No memes, only war. What is this?
ABBBBB.
Could I defeat? Sounds like your noise gets a little bit higher. It was like that yesterday. You sound different. Your mic is trying to suppress your voice. No bass. Sorry to be annoying. I know.
I helped on a post-conviction case in Texas.
I don't know
His
how to fix
conviction
it.
was reversed.
Okay.
But he was in jail for 26 years. I was 26 when I was working on that case.
What?
Why do I keep doing this to myself?
Good question. No, I don't like the Hasan Picker one. The Hasan Pecker, Hank Pecker, Hasan Picker meme. Do you think a gorilla would fight in a... Okay, I'll just use the Garfield one. Fuck it. I mean, like... I haven't used that one yet. Here,
9
that's
months.
good.
Will the brain rot set in?
All right, here it is. Okay, let's blast off. Let your friends, let your family know. You know what I'm saying? Let everybody know. And then, hey, the Macy's, thank you for the playlist. First video, number 33 and 53rd second. There's TOS shit. Got it. Russia is recruiting Syrians to fight in Ukraine. We're going to get to all of that right now. Like I said, blast the fuck off, boys. Let the people know. Let Joe Biden know.
Less than 3-3.
Also, updates, but I've been talking to Grimes on having her on the stream. And I've been talking to Grimes about having her on and hanging out with her, but I don't know. I have some super secret shit going on in the background.
Weird champ Putin.
Grimes talks going as well as the peace talks. The first time you said that was literally in September. I've literally been talking to her since September. Like, okay, I have been talking to Grimes since September of last year on trying to get her to come on the broadcast. Okay, And the thing is, like,
2 years, let's go.
we've gotten close, and then we've gotten far from that goal. Okay? Gonna happen one day. Okay? I believe it. I believe. And you should as well. Keep believing. Don't stop believing. But, you know. You simply lack clout. Got to buy a boat or something? No, I don't think she gives a fuck about clout, if we're being honest.
Happy
You've been
17
texting some
months.
random
Your
neat
content
claiming to
has
be
truly
Grimes.
changed the way I view
Well,
the
they've
world.
definitely gotten her text patterns down like super fucking well, dude. My favorite thing is whenever I talk about a celebrity, especially like one that is an indie celebrity, or especially one that is like at least a little bit has talked about like defying gender boundaries. Immediately, there's like 11 people that are like, their pronouns are they, them. It's not like I'm literally talking to her, like in real life. And a random person in the chat's like, no, actually, like, I read an article that said she doesn't like to be constantly referred to as female in like 2016. So actually, her profile, I mean, their gender pronouns are they, them. Like, okay, dude, all right, thanks. Like, why? Why do you have to do that? Like, when people say their gender pronouns are they, them, like, you respect that, okay? But it's really strange when you make some stuff up and you say that it is the case, and you like push your expectations on someone. He's like, why are you doing that? I love you, but I'm sorry you don't know biz about Charlie XCX. Yes, I don't know anything about Charlie XCX.
No,
okay, I don't. I admit that.
Your best take.
All I'm saying is Charlie XCX looks Albanian. Like, I thought she was Albanian. Okay, and I was wrong. And I will I was wrong, but I literally thought Charlie XCX was either Albanian or Turkish.
Ooh. Hasan
Okay.
HD.
I mean, same difference, but you know what I mean. Turks never laugh during war? What? Turks are incapable of laughter because they're getting fucking strong-dicked, okay? Their economy is in ruins. That's why they don't laugh. Anyway, let's continue, okay? What is this? Oh, I mean, this is an old meme. I love this meme, though. I love you, but please turn off your phone and give me a call. I cannot support hate. Please stop this. I know this is in your heart. It's one of my favorite memes of all time. What is this? Checkpoint in Kyiv, stuffed with Soviet-era books. Many about communism and political theory in the USSR. A local commander said they'll be used to light the tires on fire as Russians advance. We don't need them, he said. Nice, dude. Fuck yeah. Generally, I think that book burning is appalling, but in this case, it feels appropriate. Books are meant to educate the mind, not brainwash it. Good use of fuel, I'd say. The only book burning I'd ever support, I guess. Now, that's a book burning I can get behind. I'm not a big fan of burning books, but this seems like a heroic use of propaganda paper. Okay, so you are a fan of book burning. Like, I got it.
Chilling for almost a year and a half. Glad to be here.
Which, by the way, dovetails perfectly into this. Is Grimes in the room with us now? Okay, dude, that's just hurtful, okay? That's just hurtful. You're being hurtful now. That's fucked up, dude.
Boobies.
That's you're a dick, okay?
8 reasons why Benjamin Franklin chose gilfs as side chicks.
Japan said, hold my beer, America? On what? Japan has declared today the Southern Kurils is their sovereign territory. Prime Minister of Japan, Fumio Kishida, announced this during a speech in the parliament on March 7th. What?
Hey there.
Japan has declared that the Southern Kurils is their sovereign territory. What is happening right now? What? I don't know anything about this, so I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm going to be honest with you. I have to read up on this. As of now, I do not know what this is. I don't know. I did not know that Japan had an island dispute. The Kurils Island dispute, known as the Northern Territories dispute in Japan, is a territory dispute between Japan and the Russian Federation over the ownership of the 4 southernmost Kuril Islands. Kuril Islands are chain islands of the stretch between the Japanese island Hokkaido and their southern end and the Russian Kamchatka Peninsula. Oh,
Yo,
what the fuck?
You look great today, dude. Chat, you looking cute too.
They recognize its independence and are sending in peacekeepers. Oh, Jesus. Fuck you, ban me. I hate myself. I will no longer be a part of this community. This is bullshit. Wait, what? Are you okay? Let's go. Fuck this. What happened? Saucy Vegum? Are you on the Kuril Islands right now? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
It's been an alright 6 months. At least I'm no longer physically conservative.
Did you lose a lot of Did you lose a lot of points in the gamba or something? Like what I'm sorry about that. Anyway, listen.
Jersey number 1.
Maybe the CIA got him. Yeah, he might have lost it all believing last night that I was going to win the invasions. Like, yo, fuck. I just bought a timeshare in the Kuril Islands. He's like, God damn it, dude. Fuck this. I've lost all my points because I believed in you that you would fucking actually end up winning these invasions. And on top of that, I fucking lost my timeshare on the Kuril Islands, bro. What the fuck? I bought it from a Russian company. There are no peacekeepers. I was joking. I think that chatter was joking when I read that chatter. Have you seen Joe Rogan discuss Obama's semen value in his last podcast? He said the value of his semen is the highest in the U.S. right now. Thought you want to know? Joe is fixed and stopped COVID talk.
Nothing but net.
That's good. Have you heard of the famous Canadian sniper who has the record-breaking 3.5-kilometer range kill versus ISIS joined Ukraine's forces? Didn't that guy like also wreak havoc in Afghanistan and is kind of like racist?
As high.
Like he's a bit of a war crime Andy. I mean, he's Quebecois, okay? So
I want to thank Mrs. and Mr. Piker for making this honk for man.
Is there a fucking famous sniper? Not World War II. Okay? But since World War II, has there been a famous sniper that isn't like a war criminal and is like, you know, really fucked in the head? I mean, Chris Kyle is like a great example, right? Like ruthlessly racist. Claimed that he fucking sniped black people from the top of the Superdome during Katrina. You know what I mean? Like
5 months of bruvophobia, yet I'm still here.
My sniper drill sergeant in basic training had 1488 tattooed on him. Remember, now is not the time to talk about denazifying, okay, sweaty? Sorry, he just likes those
Please tell
numbers.
Jack that
What
his
is the
mum forgot
significance
her
of
purse in
those
my bed
numbers?
last night. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, what you're engaging in right now is whataboutism. Anyway. Yeah, the one that got pardoned, any proof he's racist or just making shit up about Chris Kyle? American sniper Chris Kyle, who lied and said he went to New Orleans after Katrina to kill black people. Oh no, the Canadian one. I've only heard rumors. I don't know. What's his name here? We can look him up. What the fuck's the Canadian sniper? Wally, right? Was he in Operation Medusa? Canadian-led offensive during the Second Battle of Panjwali in the war in Afghanistan. The operation was fought primarily by the 1st Battalion.
Socialism is when no memes.
He likes those numbers. Maybe he's a mathematician, bro. The chatter didn't even know the Canadian guy's name, but they really want you to prove he's racist and not besmirch him. Yeah, what's up with that? Why did you?
Man, also,
I mean, to be fair, like I've only heard. I'm only working on suspicion. Why do you have to make things up for no reason, lol? I'm only operating on the suspicion that oftentimes people that are like, you know, willingly and personally putting themselves in a situation like that and aren't like a part of the poverty draft or whatever the fuck, or aren't like there for ideological purposes, like an international call to arms by fucking, you know, communist militias or whatever, are going to be following the international call to arms by fascist militias. Because the only two reasons why you ever go out to places like that is because you're part of the poverty draft, you're a military brat, and it's in your fucking family, you want to get a free college education, and you join the military. But if you ever do the volunteer brigade shit, more often than not, you're part of a, the reason why you're doing a volunteer brigade thing is because you either A, want to get a bunch of fucking kills because you're bloodthirsty, or B, you are ideologically aligned with a group that is calling for an international call to arms. This happens regularly. The Kurds did this. Friend of mine, friend of the show, Brace Belden. Some of you might know him as the Gourmand. Some of you might know him as a journalist covering the Ghislaine Maxwell trial very closely. I just want to point out that he is a journalist. Others know him as Mehmet. Anyway, he did this. He did this with YPG. He went to, or AKA Pisspit Granddad, AKA Coindexter. I know him as Rachel Jake. Anyway, he literally did this. He did this in Rojava, right? He went and he joined YPG because he was a communist. The other side of that international call to arms oftentimes is done by not communists. And the not communist side that is doing that international call to arms is already doing enough. They already get a lot of help from, you know, America. So they got to be extra racist usually when they do that. Up. Okay? Rashid değil miydi? Mehmet mi? No. Brace's fake name on Twitter is Mehmet. He says Mehmet runs the fucking Twitter account because he's banned up. I mean, he doesn't have a Twitter account. Podcast does. So the reason why my immediate suspicion when it comes to shit like that is that he's not joining an international call to arms. The Wali dude is not joining the international call to arms by fucking communists. I mean, he's, you know, so There's only one other version of those events that he could be participating in. And also, snipers, like I said, are famously fucking freaks. I'm sorry. They are, especially contemporary snipers. They love to kill. Murder is fun for them, and they're doing it because they want to do murders, okay? Like, on legal grounds. Okay? And if you don't recognize that, I don't know what to tell you. It's literally the point is to do the murder legally. Do the murder, like
After
not
long
legally, but
anticipation, I finally
there is
decided
not
to
exactly
call my boss to
legality
let
in a
him know the
fucking war
news.
zone.
That HasanAbi is live, of course.
You can say that for the most of the United States infantry. I mean, yeah. Argentina sent our two most highly trained agents, Maximo Cozzetti and Franco Milazzo, to assassinate Putin. I believe they will be
Brain
successful.
rot
They
just
haven't
2
failed
months
yet.
away, Hassel.
Are people just like making shit up now? I have no idea what this is. Is that a joke?
"25 months. Can we talk about this gem?" At HasanAbi.
It's made up nonsense. What the fuck is Franco Milazzo? Vicia los simuladores. El misterio de Franco Milazzo, jefe de la vida del enemigo de los simuladores. The mystery of Franco Milazzo. What happened to the life of the enemy of the simulators? It's an actor. It's a TV show.
And let's bring in senior investigator.
Russia announces the conditions for the end of the war. We're going to talk about that in a second. But yeah, the third round of ceasefire negotiations and talks has been an abject failure once again. The Ukrainians have rejected the ceasefire negotiations. I don't know what the exact details are, but I suspect it's probably because we're going to find out right now. It just happened. But I suspect it's because they wanted to do the ceasefire peace corridors, like the evacuation corridors, route through Russia or route to Belarus rather than deeper into Ukraine and therefore to, Poland or places outside towards the West. And I suspect that that's the reason. And that's a really valid reason to say no to those fucking corridors. So, bro, if I was Ukraine, I wouldn't be rejecting anything right now, to be honest. No, you're being a fucking piece of shit bully if your ceasefire negotiations revolve around Zelensky is a freak for trying to escalate things to NATO involvement and not agreeing to peace. Yeah, okay. Well, there's another person in that bargaining table. I don't know if you recognize that. And that is also the fucking freak that is Putin. That's like, yeah, we'll do humanitarian evacuation corridors, but into Russia. Like, not saying that they're going to fucking die if they go into Russia, like the random Ukrainian citizens, but like, why the fuck would they? Like, why? Who would say yes to that?
You will never add breaker.
I mean, that's like a bullshit fucking reason. You're wrong. Obviously, opposite Ukrainians are demanding Ukrainian corridors towards Ukrainian territory. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, of course, dude. Why the fuck would they do that? What? They don't want the humanitarian corridor to serve to smuggle NATO armaments in. No, I understand that, but that's going to happen. And also, the ceasefire is a time. According to some outlets, the humanitarian corridors are full of mines. Okay, that's fucking bullshit too, dude. Yeah, no, Russia is like sneakily trying to do humanitarian corridors so they can kill more Ukrainians. Okay, if that's the case, why don't they just fucking bomb the city? Like, what do you mean? Like, why the fuck would they do a humanitarian corridor then? They should just bomb and level the city then. If they want to murder civilians, they can very easily do that. I don't know. They are, but like way, 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 way easier. Those mines are probably anti-tank mines for the most part, and not fucking anti-human mines. Okay? I'm hearing some sizzling coming from your mic. Not sure if that's me. I don't fucking know. Please. Mines up is bullshit. It's pretty much what you just said. They want to evacuate. Yeah, they want to politically, for political reasons, they want to evacuate people into Belarus, and they want to evacuate people into Russia, and they don't want people to evacuate into deeper into Western territories, Western Ukraine. Okay? There is no fucking shot that they put mines on the evacuation corridor towards evacuation corridors towards Russia. No, apparently the mines are butterfly mines. Stop.
I love you, Hasan.
Please. Yeah, I heard that they're also using a tactical nuke, like literally, but they have used it, but they're actually playing a simulation of like human beings and who are suffering still currently. I think the meme about the mines that it's killing a train full of people. Train full of people does less economic damage to the infrastructure. As sad as it what is to think of human life that way, costs less to get a new train and repair tracks and rebuild things that they would need to level. But why? Wait, what? Bro,
9 months poggies.
So the goal is to what? Kill civilians? The goal is to kill as many Ukrainian civilians as possible? I'm telling you, dude. Like, there are better methods to do that. They want to package them into trains so they can fucking kill them? Is that what you're saying? Like, that's what they're doing? Like, they're not good guys, okay? The Russians are not good. I don't agree with chat. I'm saying that is where people saying they're going to mine them are coming from. Yeah, no. Then there's no reason for a humanitarian corridor to begin with, okay? And there are better ways of murdering civilians, okay? As many civilians as possible. Yeah, Russia just wants to kill literally the women and children now. Like they don't even care about they don't even care about murdering the eligible men who have weapons. They now just want to fucking pack all the women and children, all the fucking babushkas in the trains so they can bomb the trains and murder them. Like, no, of course not. You're being crazy.
With this guy.
Butterfly mines. In the Kharkiv region, the Russian invaders are using internationally banned butterfly mines. Ukrainian defenders found internationally banned cluster bombs with butterfly mines, so the so-called Lepidstock mines. I'm sorry, dude. It's hard for me to believe this, okay? Especially because, you guys said this originally during the fucking during the Donbass guys like literally fucking putting up a flag, and you were like, "Oh, they're putting a butterfly mine in there." No, they're not. No, mines are illegal. Mines are illegal in general, but it makes no sense. It makes no sense because, like, if Russia's goals are to overtake Ukraine in its entirety, why the fuck would they mine the territory that they're going to control? They have to then go through those mines. Do you understand how mines work? Do you get it? There are still fucking areas on this planet that have not been cleared of all the mines. Part of the reason why the areas on the planet that have not been cleared of the mines is because it's incredibly difficult to dispose of those mines. Okay? This might actually change Russia's mind out of everything so far. Oh, no. It's over. Boys, it's over. It's fucking over, dude. It's done. It's done. Hey, I know that BBC is reporting it according to Red Cross. Russia's shelling prevents evacuations. Yes, not mines. Shelling is preventing evacuations, which is true. That is happening. Also, the evacuation agreement was disagreed on. Okay? The evacuation agreement was disagreed on because Russia wanted the evac to happen into Belarus and into Russian territories rather than towards the west and into Poland. So, of course, Ukraine was like, yeah, fuck that, because that is a bullshit fucking take. It is. It's bullshit. You need to let them fucking you need to let the civilians evacuate. This is racial violence against Slavs, and no one will talk about it.
Until brain rot. Sussy.
The Russians killing civilians, evacuate those civilians to the Russians.
One more month till sub-babby.
Propaganda is spread by both Russia and Ukraine. That's how war is law. I know, but the unfortunate part of this conversation is like I try to keep a level of clarity whenever I'm covering this stuff.
Brace, aka racial.
Try scrolling down and not shilling. It's as is reported all over the place that mines are being used, as the ICRC reported it. You remember the baby clip about fuck up ass Adidas? The Adidas. Yeah, who threw that goddamn Adidas? Turns out Adidas threw that goddamn Adidas. Busted ass Adidas. Landmines littered a proposed route for Ukrainians to flee. Red Cross official says, I don't believe this. Okay, Red Cross official said proposed humanitarian corridor in Ukraine. Maybe it's true. I don't believe it, but they're already shelling there is no humanitarian corridor announced. People are not letting. Show you the Russian propaganda on this side so you get a better understanding of this. Okay, the Russian propaganda on the humanitarian corridor side is that the Azov battalion Nazis are not letting people leave. Right, that's what they are saying. There's a video that's circulating around the internet. You might have seen. What just happened? What happened? Why did you guys freak the fuck out? Did my camera glitch? Just a quick audio glitch. Camera went for a second. Oh, okay. So here, I'll show you the Russian propaganda, and I'll show you what the bullshit is on the Russian side as well. Does anyone have that fucking clip? Not the flickering. I'm saying good map to see where Ukrainian people have evacuated to. Yeah, exactly. What if this just backfires and Russia finds that it's incredibly self-sustainable and doesn't need the world?
Has flex.
My audio is definitely weird. Okay, I know. I don't care about the fucking... Will you show the NATO laptop? Yeah, I did. I talked about it yesterday. Hey, cares? Oh, wow. I can't believe the Azov battalion has a NATO laptop. Guess what? They're literally shooting NATO guns. Do you think the Javelin and the Javelin missiles are coming from, you know, the actual Lord of Javelin? No. They're giving them fucking missiles. They're also talking about they're also talking about beefing up Poland's air support, specifically so that Poland can send their flights, their fighter jets into Ukraine. Here, I need to find the Russian video that I'm talking about, which is like the... No, I got the Russian influencer propaganda one.
Thanks for the
No. There's a clip going around. There's a clip going around of people who are saying... There's a clip going around of people stating that, you know, like pro-Russia people posting, saying that, like, the Azov battalion is not letting people leave. Like, the Azov Nazis are not letting people leave. And it's a purposeful mistranslation. And I want to show you that, but I can't find it because there isn't, like, you have to, like, go out of your fucking way to try to find it. Like, pro-Russian propaganda for the most part, because, you know, it's, like, pretty much fucking impossible. Everything is, like, completely banned. Oh, here it is. Here. So this, which has currently 2,500 2,400 retweets and 400 quote tweets is bullshit. Okay, this is completely out of context. You have a Ukrainian neo-Nazi in Mariupol telling a girl about the cancellation of the evacuation, says, "Thank you for not being shot," as our battalion is hiding behind civilians. Except the real reason why this is happening. No, this conversation that's taking place, and this is completely fucking false. This is the pro-Russian propaganda. If you see this, remember it. The conversation taking place is a mistranslation. The guy doesn't say thank you for not being shot. He says the evacuation is over. The evacuation is over because they're shooting. You can't go there anymore because the shooting has started. The shelling has started. It's not that the evacuation is over. We're not letting you leave. We're gonna fucking kill you. It's more so because that's what people are trying to say. It's actually because the shelling has started, which is true. It had started at this point. And this is misinformation.
10 months, no war but the class war, baby.
It's hard to find this kind of misinformation, for the record, possibly because, or not possibly, because, they're very actively stomping on all matter of different kinds of info coming from the Russian side.
At HasanAbi, 25 months.
There are hella misinformation. There's a lot of misinformation on the Ukrainian side in Ukrainian propaganda that is getting disseminated through the Western media. And that is to boost morale and make it seem like, Ukrainians can put up a fight, a strong front, and continue fighting. Okay. This video at a Ukrainian checkpoint takes an insane turn. What the fuck is this? Also, on the other hand, there are defense battalions, like the territorial defense troops that have been activated within Ukraine that are 1,000,000% untrained and running around and fucking harassing random Ukrainians, which is not Russian propaganda. I'm sure that Russians have reported on it as well, but that is literally happening. Even pro-Ukrainian journalists like, what's his name, Terrell. Now, this isn't one of those videos. I know what the context of this video is, but this is a safe video and this is a happy video. There's a happy ending in this video. I'll show you in a second. Here, let's just watch it. It's disturbing as fuck because it's a disturbing sight, but truly yet another fucking example that we absolutely import our fucking brain rot. Let's watch.
Досмотр, полный досмотр. Есть.
Проверяем.
Двое есть. Куда направляем?
9 months.
Чего машина
Time to
такая?
get banned. Hassle.
Машина на штрафплощадке подводит. Здесь. Вы властится? А вы кто?
Slava Ukraine.
I hate this so much. I'm sorry. I am disgusted by this, okay? This is exactly the same shit that American cops do all the time, dude. Dude, what the fuck? Why is everyone an American, dude? I just like, I don't know if I'm being Western centric for fucking saying this, but this shit is so whack, dude. Oh no. I hate this. I hate it so much. Just remember that, hogs are an international concept. Every country has their own, okay? We're not just, we don't just have our own version of hogs. You've seen like probably 1 million of these, by the way, at cops stopping people, you know what I mean? Even when tensions are super fucking high. Straight culture.
1 year, baby, let's go.
Нельзя, нельзя, нельзя стрелять.
I know this is supposed to be a sweet moment, but I can't, dude. Like, also, is this a new moment? Is this a new video? I doubt this is new. I bet this is like Ukrainians leaving Donbass or something, because and from like a different time. There is 0% chance. Like, is this happening like literally while homies are trying to evacuate? I'd be so pissed. Be like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? I'm trying to get my fucking babushka out of here. What the fuck?
How does King?
You're just mad at another man flexing his girlfriend again? Okay, true. That's true
I've heard that a Twitch Prime sub can serve as a humanitarian corridor away from the top of the hour.
You don't understand Eastern Europeans? We used to conflicts, bro. Okay, but like, I do understand human beings, and the human body cannot fucking, you know, withstand constant shelling, especially when they're like old ladies and shit in the cars. And you know, this isn't the only car that is on that convoy. You know, get the fuck off the road, bro. Let the other people through. What are you doing? My friend's a cop who did this shit with his fiance on the Long Island Expressway, and he caused a 10-mile traffic backup that made it onto our local news channel. It's romantic, Hasan. You're just dead inside. I am dead inside, for sure. But you know, it's clear that they're not afraid of being shelled. But the other thing that they're not afraid of is being nuclear cringe. Okay, it's clear that like the Ukrainian does not fear Russian escalations of violence, but the Ukrainian, most of all, never fears being cringe on main. Never. I will be as cringe as I can. It does not matter. Anyway, the one thing Ukrainians fear is the top of the hour, though, because the Ukrainian knows. The Ukrainian knows that at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. But the Ukrainian also knows they could, you know, avoid those ads if they want to by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Imagine you're trying to escape war on your 48-hour journey on the border, and this is being held up by this proposal law. Yeah. Anyway, here's the 1 minute ad break now, by the way.
Sanunda one will hold you.
Have you seen this viral Biden clip from 1997 talking about how the Baltic states joining NATO would cause a vigorous and hostile Russian response?
I think the one place where the greatest consternation would be caused in the short term.
Hey, by the way, thank you, Zakari Kempachi, for the 5 gifted subs, and Teman for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see those ads. So that's cool of you to do. Here's the 1 minute ad break now, by the way. Yeet. Is this Slavophobia? Dude, I demonstrate Slavophobia on a daily basis.
Yesterday was my birthday, chat. Illy hassle.
Thoughts on this? Stuff like this makes me so mad. Why Hasan Pecker is the worst streamer on Twitch? Short example by Vorlo. An unlisted video with 8 views. I'm not clicking that.
News.
We're not doing that right now. Biden in 1997 saying the only thing that could provoke a vigorous and hostile Russian response, Jack, would be to the NATO. If it expanded as far as the Baltic states, Jack, look alive.
I think the one place where the greatest consternation would be caused in the short term for admission, having nothing to do with the merit and preparedness of the country to come in, would be to admit the Baltic states now in terms of NATO-Russian, U.S.-Russian relations. And if there was ever anything that was going to tip the balance where...
Bro, Jim Crow Joe, dude. This is back when he was perky as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, this is like when he used to pop the fuck off. This is like not that far removed from the super predator, you know, black people are coming in to bash your wife's skull era. He's still in his Jim Crow Joe era, you know? It's giving Crime Bill, but hey, listen, this one is giving a little bit more coherent and demonstrating a clear vision of adequate understanding of foreign policy here.
Brain is extremely
in terms of a vigorous and hostile reaction, I don't mean military, in Russia, it would be that. So the way I look at the calculus here is
Oh, yeah, I saw that. It's kind of wild that NBC is more willing to have an honest conversation about this than a lot of progressives on Twitter.
Back our boys in yellow and blue.
I'd rather not name names, but I see plenty of progressive foreign policy writers who spent the last week mocking the idea that there's any sort of neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine, or at the very least refusing to even acknowledge it.
Two years. Thanks for keeping me
Biden
somewhat
was
sane,
Biden
Hasan
was like
has.
what, 84 back then. You know, he was killing it. What is he, like 112 now? So I don't know math, but you know what I'm talking about. Like he could demonstrate young Brandon. He had coherent sentences. He had an understanding. Also an interesting side point when told by the Russians that they may have to look to China as an alternative if NATO keeps expanding. Biden joked with them by saying, "Good luck."
was repeated with Lebed. They talked about they don't want this NATO expansion. They know it's not in their security interests and on, and said, well, and if you do that, we may have to look to China. And I couldn't help using the colloquial expression from my state by saying to Zhiganoff, lots of luck in your senior year. Good luck. And if that doesn't work, try Iran. I'm serious. I said that to them, and these were, and they know, I knew, they knew, everybody knows.
Yeah. 1997, the year when Deng Xiaoping died. I think 4 months before this? Who has the last laugh now, Brandon? Huh? Who's laughing now, motherfucker? I'm just saying, dude. Times have changed, huh? Turns out. Turns out that, maybe.
Happy Sag.
China's on his fucking come up shit, dude. China is on his glow up shit, dude. China has been glowing the fuck up. Okay? Popping off.
No ads for me today.
Oh, Jesus. Renowned international relations scholar John Mearsheimer, whose analysis of the Ukraine-Russia conflict in 2015 turned out to be very prescient, gave his view on the current war on March 2nd. He argued that the West is only going to make the situation worse. Thread with clips. We'll look at this in a second. But, he was...
That is not an option. And everybody knows, every one of those leaders acknowledges and needs, and they resent it. But they need to look west.
Neo-Nazis have 1.5% in parliament. Oh my God, Ukraine's big Nazi problem. AfD has 10%. Oh, those lovely diplomatic Germans. Pepega. Dog. Where is this coming from? Do you feel like I don't routinely talk about AFD? Do you feel like I don't routinely talk about America's Nazi problems?
Out here avoiding
It's
ads
such
for
a
5
weird
months.
fucking combo. Like, do you think I have this like blind spot for America's Nazis? Like I talk about that all the time. You know, that doesn't mean it's good. Unless you're like, you know, making fun of unless you're making fun of, you know, NBC, who's demonstrating a double standard or something. But regardless, like, it's getting fucking annoying to constantly and consistently fucking have this conversation every single day. Talk to me in fucking 10 years, okay? When, you know, violent roving gangs of psychotic reactionary Nazi paramilitaries are running the fucking country like the cartels do in fucking Mexico, okay?
No top of the hour for me.
Because they consider Zelensky to be Jewish and of bad blood, and also because you know, he was too much of a pussy and caved to both the Western powers, which they'll probably get a lot of support from, so maybe they might not be expressly anti-Western, but definitely like he caved or conceded to fucking Russia or some shit. You absolutely do have a blind spot because you asked for a mental health medical report from Trump, but not from Biden, who's literally been around since the Genghis Khan era. Yeah, dude, I do. I totally have a blind spot where I regularly avoid saying that Brandon has dementia, like all the time. As a matter of fact, my blind spot revolves around not mentioning it like every single moment of the broadcast, I think. I was mocking him already. Like, what do you think I was saying when I said like Brandon had his full mental faculties here when he was 87 years old? What do you think that was about? The cancellation of Mother Russia is underway, says Thomas L. Friedman. Oh my Lord, I have to read this. Anyway. Psaki justifying the new relationship with Saudi Arabia and Venezuela. You got so much shit for mentioning it during the election because apparently you were trying to help Trump win? Yeah, of course. We'll talk about that in a second. So let's see. Before we get to that, so here, arrivals from Ukraine and neighboring countries. Russia has taken in 150,000. Belarus has taken fewer than 500. Poland has taken 756,000 refugees so far. Slovakia, 100,000. Hungary, 157,000. Romania, 63,000. And Moldova, 103,000. Okay?
Yankees.
Did you cover the Z becoming a hate symbol? If so, when and what VOD? Wait, what do you mean Z becoming a hate symbol? I don't know what you're talking about. The wildest part about this is that you know shit's different when America has been like, we're looking into allowing refugees into the country from Ukraine. Like, that's when you know they're looking at fucking lowering the restrictions and offering temporary like TPS status to Ukrainian refugees. That's when you know. I mean, two different reasons for the record. The reason one is because they're white, and reason two is good PR. But reason one being the most important one is that they are allowing Ukrainian refugees to come in, which, by the way, of course, like, there was another country that was getting bombed by Russia that had a fuckload of refugees, which we famously took 0 refugees from. I don't know if you guys remember, or what was it, like 14 or something? What was that country? What the fuck was that? Oh, yeah, that was Syria. Famously, we engaged in a proxy war there, and then we didn't take any fucking refugees, or very little refugees. What do you mean you don't know what Z means? I thought you were following this conflict on many levels. Z as in like the fucking the markings on the Russian the markings on the Russian convoys, like the Russian gear. That's now a hate symbol? Is that what you're saying? Because they're using it what in the war to mark each other? Okay. I mean, cool. People are using Z as a support to symbol to support the invasion is very weird. What the fuck? Russian tanks emblazoned with the Z were first spotted on Ukraine's border. Here's how the letter became a pro-war symbol. What? I think this is literally like a Pepe is a hate symbol type thing. Like a couple people are probably doing this, and now that they've like fucking done this. Oh, I saw this video. Not this video. There's another video like this one. The one where it's like, look how professionally done the pro-war videos are by Russians, by the way, in comparison to all of the anti-war videos that we have seen come out of the Russian protests against the government, where 4,000 fucking people have been arrested, versus the incredibly well done professional fucking videos. They're trying to do PR for the war. Putin team. President Putin team. Dude, I can't. What is this quality, dude? What the fuck? What is the quality of this fucking footage? Twitter video. You've had 20 fucking years to figure out how to do videos on your stupid fucking platform, dude. How? Billion-dollar company! It's like negative P. It's not even 1080p. It's not even 1p. It's negative P.
Finally found my community.
I despise Twitter so much. It makes me so mad. This makes me so angry, dude. Oh my God. Click play and shut up. Okay, dude, here, try to watch it. Try to understand anything that's going on. Like, these motherfuckers could literally be like not even Russian, okay? From how bad the quality of this video is, like I don't even know if I don't know what they're saying. I don't know what's going on. I can't see anything. I just see shapes. I just see like random colors, dude. Was this shot on a fucking toaster in 1996? Did they use a Motorola Razr to shoot this and then literally like uploaded it onto the World Wide Web on a fucking potato? It's powered by, like, what is this? I made out one fucking pixel, dude. What the fuck is going on? I can't even see the fucking, like, pro-war propaganda. It's making me so mad. Oh my God. Oh my God. I need to, it's just so shitty. It's so fucking, it's making me so angry. Oh, Jesus Christ. Shot on a mobile phone made from the ruins of Chernobyl Reactor 4. Bro, when the fucking video quality is so bad, even the audio is fucking shitty. Bro, the audio is 1p too. Like, you can't even, what is going on? Dude, I can't watch this video. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. Stop. You can't even get mad at this because you can't understand what is going on here.
Putin, these balls in your face.
Audio is MP1, not MP3. Dude, What is happening, dude? What did the dono say? I missed it. Oh, it's making me so mad. It's making me so mad, dude. Leftists in Russia are comparing the Z to Wolf's Angel. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, it is nationalist. It is nationalist as fuck to fucking demanding 1080p is very ableist. I'm the most ableist then, okay? Trust me. You do not want to go there, okay? I'm literally the most ableist motherfucker on the planet. If demanding that a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar fucking platform is able to upload video that you can actually fucking see clearly.
Я на кон поставила жизнь своего ребенка. Но те убитые дети...
This is what every symbol means, since there's more than just a Z symbol. What does the letters mean on the Russian military vehicles? Yeah, Z Eastern Forces, Z at Russian force from Crimea, force from Belarus. V is the Marines, X are the Chechens, A are the Special Forces. And they are like the markings are so that there is no friendly fire or to avoid friendly fire, and also to demonstrate which battalion they're a part of. Motherfucker said chilling. The only thing that's chilling about this video is how fucking low quality it is. In 2022, you can't even fucking watch a video that and make out like a pixel in it, okay? That's what's chilling about this video. Holy shit. Wait, what? There is, oh no, this is this is not the original video. He like, put his fucking spin on it. I was like, there's no way. Yeah, exactly. I was like, there's no fucking way that these dudes openly would be like, yeah, we're just like Hitler. They're not the Azov battalion. They're not dumb enough. They are nationalists, and this is this is nationalistic bullshit, of course. But, they're not dumb enough and bold enough like the Azov battalion to be like, yeah, we're fucking straight Nazis. Anyway. Russian gymnast wore a white Z patch on the podium. This is what your chatter was talking about. Russian gymnast with a Z symbol on podium next to Ukrainian faces long ban. Gymnast covering governing body condemns Ivan Kuliak's conduct. Gymnastics governing body has condemned the shocking behavior of the Russian gymnast Ivan Kuliak, who now faces a lengthy ban for wearing a symbol in support of the invasion of Ukraine on the medal podium of a World Cup event. This is completely fucking it's bullshit. Like, fuck this guy. Okay? Fuck this guy. Straight up. Luckily, of course, Americans have never done that, have never felt like this kind of nationalistic fervor, because it'd be really embarrassing if we had similar things that we do, like, show support for our military and engage in this kind of like nationalistic demonstration that justifies a jingoistic attitude and an American exceptionalist attitude. That is pro-war and totally says it's reasonable to fucking kill our enemies, because that's what this is. That's what this dude is saying and doing, which is completely unacceptable. I mean, it'd be a real egg on my face moment if like America did similar things, like fly jets over fucking football stadiums, So. My unit in Russia did the Z thing on its facade to show support to the Russian troops, probably order from the government. I fear it's a new swastika. No, people are saying it's a new swastika. They're doing like they're fucking saying like we're nationalists. We love our military. We love our troops. They're trying to show support for the Russian government. Nationalism is, of course, something that exists in every fucking country.
Yes,
does not mean that all of those. This does not mean that every single person in Russia is demonstrating support for the violent invasion of Ukraine, but these guys certainly are. Fuck them. Like the yellow ribbon bullshit the U.S. used to do. The Ukrainian won the gold medal. He was standing next to him. That's awesome. That's actually dope. It's like fucking. It's like the Olympics during like in the lead up to World War II, right? Where you know, Hitler's sitting there watching
leftist audio.
A black dude just fucking rip through his Ubermensch. You are supporting Nazis? Fuck you. What do you mean? Z. Okay, pushing Z.
21 long months of spending my Bezos bucks.
As MHP in Turkey, nationalism, NATO-nalism, what? Right? No. MHP in Turkey is an ultra-nationalist party that NATO actually does love, by the way, unsurprisingly, and has cooperated with back in the day, unsurprisingly also. They are super reactionary. They're mega conservative. Not as conservative as like AKP is now, but still pretty fucking conservative and incredibly nationalist.
Elden Ring high chat.
So, you know. Do you think a part of imperialism Putin also wants to denazify Ukraine genuinely? No, dude.
You look
what the
so
fuck
hot
do you
when
mean?
you get mad.
I think the Reddit. How are gas prices in Cali? Why are you asking me? I have an electric vehicle, dude. I don't fucking know. This guy said, Russian people literally support bombing of civilians. They are brutes. Yeah, totally. I wrote in Alabama from my Twitch account in Alabama as I offer unconditional support to every American imperialist action. Like non-fucking stop. Advisor to the Interior Minister Anton Gerashchenko said that in the 12 days of the war, the total number of dead and wounded among the Russian troops is more than 40,000 people. What? According to him, this is a third of the troops that were prepared for the offensive. Wait. Yeah, no. 1 million troops have died so far. Actually. Like literally, 100 million Russians have died in the war so far. It's crazy.
Imagine living in P-Omega-Logical.
Okay. Russian tanks and bladed with a Z. Okay, can I just we'll get back to the Z thing. Okay, we'll push Z in a second.
Yeah.
All right. Renowned international relations scholar John Mearsheimer, whose analysis on the Ukraine-Russia conflict in 2015 turned out to be very, very prescient, gave his view on the current war on March 2nd. He argued that the West is only going to make the situation worse. Let's see. So this was before Russia went fucking full tilt and an escalated war, an escalated conflict. So let's see what he had to say about it.
Double down, and what we're going to do now and what we're doing now is doubling down. And what does that mean?
17.
We're encouraging the Ukrainians to resist. We're not going to fight for them, you understand? We're going to fight to the last Ukrainian, but we're not going to do any of the fighting. They're on their own in that regard. But we're going to...
No, this is after the invasion. This is obviously after the invasion. This is 5 days ago. But all right, let's just continue.
Arm them and do what we can to train them at this late date and hope that they can hang in there and duke it out with the Russians. And nobody believes they're going to defeat the Russians, but maybe you'll get a stalemate. Now, the question you have to ask yourself, this is really the key question, is what are the Russians going to do?
This is not from 2015. This is his recent take.
Right. It seems to me that a lot of people in the West think.
But he has said similar things back in 2015 as well. He's been saying this for a very long time. Okay? He has a realist perspective on international relations. I've talked about him before. He's a conservative otherwise, but the famous the famous lecture that he gave about how Ukraine is the West's fault, all the way back in 2015, and everything he mentioned in that conversation is, I mean, pretty much everything he mentioned in that conversation happened.
Think that
chat,
if
the
the
Hasan
Ukrainians
looking cute
provide
emojis.
enough resistance, the Russians will roll over and play dead. Or maybe Vladimir Putin will throw his hands up, he'll surrender, he'll say, this was all a bad idea, I regret doing it. Or maybe there'll be a coup in Moscow, he'll be overthrown, and they'll bring in leaders who will work out a deal with us, and Ukraine will live happily ever after, we will live happily ever after, and the Russians will be chastened. I've spent my entire adult life studying great power politics. I know a lot about great power politics. This is not the way the world works, and it is certainly not the way the Russians work. You want to understand, going back to what I said about the April 2008 decision, the Russians said at the time, this is an existential threat. This is an existential threat, right? So even before the current war, Ukraine becoming part of NATO was viewed as an existential threat. Now you're talking about a situation where you defeat the Russians in Ukraine. This is a much worse outcome for the Russians than what happened in April 2008.
Let me list all the possible ways the war can go, so I'm always right. Wait, what? No, he fucking, what are you talking about? He doesn't say all the possible ways the war is going to go. He's stating that the West, as I have also mentioned time and time again, is continuing to put an end to this conversation and continuing to put an end to this invasion by making concessions to Russia. Okay? Because they don't care if the fighting continues. Now, I have said this time and time again, which is he's West-splaining Eastern European, speaking about Eastern Europe without asking us what we actually want. What you want as an Eastern European in this circumstance is unimportant because America is not going to give you what you want. What you want, understandably, in this situation. Holy fuck, dude. What is going on with the donuts? Okay, I turned it off. What you want in this situation is a no-fly zone. What you want in this situation is joining NATO. What you want in this situation is Article 5, full tilt fucking world war. But it's not happening. Why? Where is your sovereignty in that situation? Where is your expectations in that situation? It is a totally understandable reason to want the big bad West, which has told you time and time again that they got your fucking back, to actually show up, right? But they didn't. And they are not going to. All you're going to get from the West is maybe some fucking planes now, okay, depending on how Russia is willing to react and depending on how you figure out the logistics of that, because you can't fucking fly those planes into Ukrainian territory from Polish territory. Poland knows that. You know what I mean? That's why they're like, hold up, we're not going to actually give you the planes. Let's fucking chill out. Right? So where is your sovereignty and your expectations in that situation? It doesn't exist. And the reason why it doesn't exist is because it has never existed. This is the unfortunate reality for smaller countries. I can sit here and say, I stand with Ukraine, Ukrainians are doing great, and Ukrainians are going to fucking purge the Russian orcs, the barbarians, whatever, right? Like every other fucking outlet has said so far. Except the unfortunate reality is, and this is part of the reason why I have been saying that, this would have been a fucking foolish endeavor for Putin that would destroy Ukraine and destroy Russia ultimately, was because it was going to turn into this bloody conflict and a potential insurgency for many years to come. And it's not just my take either. Hillary Clinton and other numerous idealist, liberal international relations figureheads have mentioned time and time again that Afghanistan destroyed the USSR and Ukraine is turning into Russia's Afghanistan. But the part of the problem that a lot of you liberals and a lot of you progressives who claim to care about the sanctity, safety, and security of Ukrainians don't recognize is what happened to Afghanistan. And what happened to Afghanistan was horrifying, was horrible, okay? So you want to avoid a fucking 10-year occupation. You want to avoid a 10-year fighting. You want to avoid millions and millions of people that have been displaced. And the only way to do that sometimes is by negotiating with the big villain, okay? Regardless of what, you mean Ukraine is turning into Russia's second Afghanistan? Yes, I'm USSR, Russia, I'm seeing it as a separate entity here, okay? Ukraine is not Afghanistan though, yet. But it's certainly looking like it's turning into one. Okay? Ukraine is not Afghanistan. The EU is going to pour billions on after the Russian lose. Bro, you really have no idea about foreign policy. Yes, you, Dingus Domingus, on the other hand, are a brilliant international relations expert in the chat. But Russia has unrealistic negotiation demands now, though? Exactly. I agree. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Doubling V. Okay, well, you're a fucking idiot, okay? We should have negotiated with the terrorists in Taliban before we invaded Afghanistan, the United States, I mean, and we should negotiate with the terrorists now. You should always negotiate with terrorists. Terrorism is a totally made-up political concept, okay? It is. It's just non-state violence is considered terrorism. But of course, if the state is a historic bad guy in our history books, then you can say state violence is terror as well. It's just a matter of whether you're on the side of the Americans or against them. So shut the fuck up about terrorism. We don't negotiate with terrorism. And also, that's not even fucking true because we quite literally we flew out and took terror cell leaders in the Taliban out of Pakistani prisons and directly negotiated with them on a conditional withdrawal of Afghanistan. So we did negotiate with terrorists. So shut the fuck up. We always negotiate with terrorists. We arm terrorists. We are the terrorists. The number one terrorists. Anyway. A lot of U.S. lefties have a blind spot when it comes to European and Eastern European geopolitics. Dude, listen. I'm all in favor of Ukraine wanting to continue fighting Russia. Of course you're going to want to do that. Fuck Russia. They're invading you, okay? I get it. I understand. Except the alternative in that situation or the negative consequences of that situation is something that I am seeing happen and unfold right in front of our fucking eyes. And it's terrifying. You're mixing up the definition and perception that we have of terrorism as a somewhat regular enemy, in my honest opinion. No, terrorism is absolutely a fucking political tool, a political designation to rob someone of their habeas corpus and deny them due process. That's it. There's no other reason. And to justify whatever kind of brutality that you subject them to. If you think that anything else, if you think that terrorism means anything else other than that, you're fucking crazy. You're out of your mind. Your humble opinion, unfortunately, is incorrect. Whoever dominates, history books will write their perspective. And we are dominating right now. It is terrifying, but defining every current event in the context of the war on terror doesn't help that fear. Wait, what? Every current event in the context of the war on terror? this is not the context of the war on terror. This is just the American doctrine. The American doctrine on foreign policy dictates that you can always weaponize smaller countries against larger superpowers that you consider to be foreign adversaries. You can always starve them out with sanctions. You can always arm reactionary right-wing paramilitaries and possibly institute a coup d'etat if you have the capacity to do so. There are many such examples of this all around the fucking world. Look to any South American country if you want to understand that. That's not just a war on terror. The war on terror is just a newer rendition of that. Okay? We've been doing this for a very, very long time, perhaps since our inception. We did this immediately in the aftermath of World War II as we literally propped up the very same Nazis that we were fighting against in World War II as an opportunity to push back against a growing superpower in the form of the USSR. We have never stopped doing that. Okay?
And a much worse outcome than what happened in February 2014. And the Russians are not going to roll over and play dead. In fact,
they say there are two.
Anyway, wait, hold on. Let's go back to that. Russians are not going to roll over and play dead.
Russians are not.
Mearsheimer goes on to note that because Ukraine is perceived to be an existential concern by Russia, but not the U.S., and how great powers behave when they perceive an existential threat, as the U.S. has done throughout its history, is what the West is doing, which will only lead to greater devastation.
Play dead. In fact, what the Russians are going to do is they're going to crush the Ukrainians. They're going to bring out the big guns. They're going to turn places like Kiev and other cities in Ukraine into rubble. They're going to do Fallujahs. They're going to do Mosuls. They're going to do Grozny's. You know what happened in World War II when the United States was faced with the possibility of having to invade the Japanese home islands in early 1945. The idea of invading the Japanese home islands after what happened at Iwo Jima and then later what happened in Okinawa really spooked us. So you know what we did? We decided to burn Japanese cities to the ground starting on March 10th, 1945.
Yeah, full unconditional surrender at the barrel of a gun is what, you know, is what the United States pushed for, okay? And they got it. Now, I'm not saying Russians are going to fucking nuke Ukraine, but why are you platforming this guy? Hypothetically, just curious. It's not a hypothetical platforming, okay? It's literal platforming. I'm platforming a different perspective on international relations than what you hear in the fucking news every goddamn day. It's incredibly frustrating, okay? None of this means that what Russia is doing is appropriate, acceptable. Russia is still very much the fucking bad guy, okay? They are bad. They are really bad. Now, not only bad, but also strategically idiotic as well.
We killed more people the first night we firebombed Tokyo than we killed at either Hiroshima or Nagasaki. And we were systematically burning Japanese cities to the ground. Why? Because we did not want to invade the Japanese main islands. When a great power feels threatened, the Russians are going to pull out all stops in Ukraine to make sure that they win. And then there's the nuclear dimension to this. The Russians have already put their nuclear weapons on high alert. This is a really significant development because what they were doing was sending us a very powerful signal as to how seriously they take this crisis and what's going on. So again, if we start winning and the Russians start losing, you want to understand that what we're talking about doing here is backing a nuclear-armed great power that sees what's happening as an existential threat into a corner. This is really dangerous. Go back to the Cuban Missile Crisis. I don't think that what happened in the Cuban Missile Crisis was as threatening to us as this situation is to the Russians. But if you go back and look at how American decision makers thought at the time, they were scared stiff. Soviet missiles in Cuba was an existential threat. And
which, by the way, famously came as a consequence of NATO missiles, NATO missile bases in Turkey pointed to USSR. So just remember that.
they were willing, many of Kennedy's advisors, to use our nuclear arsenal against the Soviet Union. That's how serious great powers get when they think they face existential threats. So in my opinion, we are in a very dangerous situation. I think the likelihood of nuclear war is very small, but the likelihood doesn't have to be high for me to be really scared because of the consequences associated with nuclear use. So we better be extremely careful here regarding what we do in terms of pushing the Russians into the corner. But again, I'm not sure that's going to happen, because I think what's going to happen here is that in a competition between us and the Russians will win. Now you're saying to yourself, why is he saying that? I think that if you think about this, you want to think about who has the greater resolve, right? Who really cares more about this situation, the Russians or the Americans? The Americans do not care that much about Ukraine. The Americans have made it clear they are not even willing to fight and die for Ukraine. So it's not that important to us. For the Russians, they have made it clear it's an existential threat.
That's the difference, is that like Ukraine and what happens in Ukraine is unimportant to America because of its proximity. It might be a little bit more important to Europe because of its proximity, Eastern European nations becoming destabilized and having like a gigantic 44 million person country, 44 million populated country becoming like a destabilized fucking paramilitary backed, perhaps even balkanized fucking grouping of different states is terrifying. And for the record, like, victory in this situation for Russians is still like, it's still a loss. It's still a fucking loss. It's a gigantic loss. They're losing a fuckload of tanks. They're losing a fuckload of equipment. Their morale is dog shit. They're having a hard time resupplying. They still have more brutality in their arsenal, in their repertoire that they haven't brought out yet. Okay? And that's only been done, obviously, because of Kissinger, Muslov, Mearsheimer, Apologia. He doesn't give a shit about Ukrainians or Latin Americans because great power realism, kind of the opposite of a socialist. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't give a shit about any of this. I understand that. He personally just does not want America involved in these affairs. Isn't Mearsheimer's argument that the U.S. should actively allow, even encourage it, Russia to brutalize Ukraine if that helps U.S. great power politics, aka imperialism and fighting China? That is part of it, yes. A lot of these people consider China to be the main enemy. That's what it is. Donald Trump has a similar, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Trump's advisors had a similar attitude. And that's why you hear Tucker Carlson and others as well that feel that way, that, reflect this attitude in their coverage. That's why they always say, give up on fucking this Russian bullshit. We need Russia as an ally. We need Russia destabilized. Or rather, we need Russia on our side against China. Except, so the two competing thoughts are, on the liberal side, you have people who are saying, China is the enemy, but we need to destabilize Russia by using Afghanistan, Ukraine as Afghanistan against Russia, because Russia is going to side with China regardless. On the conservative side of international relations, they believe you should allow Russia to do whatever the fuck it wants for the most part, okay, and not involve ourselves in their affairs because we need them as allies against China. Both of these ideas still, of course, revolve around, China being the main hegemonic power, because both of these guys are Americans and believe that it's, you know, not the worst thing that America is the main hegemonic power. Okay? You understand? In both of those circumstances, though, Ukrainians fucking die. Okay? I need you to understand. The two competing attitudes that Americans have are completely just devoid of any sort of analysis on what will happen to Ukrainians. Because, I'm sorry, the Western world does not give a single shit, especially ones who are super fucking far away from Eastern Europe, do not give a shit about the lives and livelihoods of Ukrainians, okay? They don't care, which is fucking ridiculous that you ever would have thought that they did. Ever. Maybe there's a little bit of fucking tribalistic attitude coming out of a lot of people because they see white people in what it looks like an Eastern European or a European city getting shelled. But other than that, there is no fucking real solidarity with the Ukrainians. There is no interest in protecting the lives and safety of Ukrainians. Okay? Ukrainians are the punching bag regardless, no matter what happens. The reason why I take an approach that is similar to what Mearsheimer is saying is because I want to actively avoid as many casualties as possible for Ukraine. And I also see the future of Ukraine looking worse overall if there aren't concessions made about the deneutralization, not the demilitarization, of course, but the neutralization of Ukraine. The neutralization of Ukraine was my attitude and opinion from the jump, from the start, before the invasion began. And I still hope that exhausting all diplomatic avenues towards that will allow Ukraine to potentially get out of this conflict with the least amount of fucking civilian casualties. Okay? The idea of denazification and yada, 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 I don't fucking entertain any of that bullshit. That's just Russian propaganda. Okay? Are there Nazis in Ukraine? Of course there are. Okay? Am I fearful of those Nazis in Ukraine potentially gaining prominence? Of course I am. Why? Because that's what happens when you get invaded by a fucking imperial superpower at your fucking doorstep. Okay? Neutral with one side bombing you? Yeah, no, that's, I mean, how do you think war ends? We aren't the one to decide that. Who the hell are we to tell the Ukrainians they can't fight to hold their country and must talk a US-made deal? Dude, I think this is really fucked up that you present this attitude as though there is like some kind of Ukrainian sovereignty here at play. You are a very cynical NATO simp, and it's quite disgusting. Okay? It is fucked up. Faustini the Greatest has been doing this for the past couple of months now. It is incredibly, incredibly cynical, and I consider this to be no different than those fucking piece of shit Russian propagandists that we hear about all the time that deliberately act like, even though they know better, deliberately act like they fucking are on a denazification strategic military excursion and not full-scale invasion of Ukraine that is killing a fuckload of Ukrainian civilians. You are no different than those people. I'm just going to let you know. You're just doing it on the Western side so other people don't consider what you're doing to be propaganda and really fucked up propaganda. We aren't the ones to decide that. Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah. No, we are. Because we absolutely are. Ukrainians coming to the conclusion that we are not going to be able to fucking offer them the appropriate amount of artillery and firepower is going to take a long time. It's not going to take fucking 12 days as it has thus far. Okay? 12 days is not enough for Ukrainians to recognize like, oh shit, the West is just literally allowing us to fucking, the West is just throwing us as bodies at the problem of Russia without giving a single shit about the safety and security of Ukrainian citizens. We've been pretty much with the Ukrainians about what we will and won't do the entire time. You say we've been pretty much honest with the Ukrainians, right? Yeah, I know. Except, So what is the thing then? Do you think that like Ukraine is going to be able to full blown militarily purge Russia out of its borders? Is that what you're saying is going on right now? The Ukrainian political class and the Ukrainian leadership have been fed lies from the West, dangling the potential NATO involvement for a long ass time. Okay. Some context for the chatters earlier talking about the Z meme. Okay, we'll show it in a second. We'll get to it in a second. Curious if you would say this for EU too towards America. What do you mean? Do you think there would be any difference in the West's response at the moment if Ukraine was in NATO? If Ukraine, in the immediate aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, or leading up to the rebuilding era of Russia, was able to join NATO, then that would be an entirely separate problem. Like, that would be an entirely separate outcome. But they lost their fucking... It was a wrap. It was not going to happen. It was not going to happen once Russia was able to build its power back militarily and build its power back in the energy sector and become like a trade partner to many international, to the European Union and everywhere else. Countries that have power in Europe, war in Ukraine is great. The German economy relies on an underclass of cheap labor from Balkan states and immigrants from Turkey, Poland, and Syria. They don't feel threatened because of NATO. Only small non-NATO members care. That wasn't the question that was asked, though. Did I misunderstand the question? The people of Ukraine want liberation from Russia. The people of Ukraine before that wanted protection from Russia. But the unfortunate reality is it doesn't matter. Okay? It doesn't matter. When you are a smaller nation, relatively speaking, stuck between and is seen as a strategic interest of a much larger economic superpower or a regional superpower, okay? I'm not going to say like it's a global superpower, especially one with 6,000 nukes. There is no personal sovereignty. There is only a complicated negotiation process between competing Western interests and competing Eastern interests, trying to actively and deliberately build your natural natural resource extraction sector by getting economic help from the Western world or from Russia to, at the very least, have some kind of fucking bargaining power at the table, and constantly pitting those two interests against one another until you have some kind of autonomy and some kind of sovereignty. Okay? People hear you for 10 hours a day talk about material analysis of capitalism and how liberal values aren't relevant to its functions and forget everything they learned about heartless corpos when it's about foreign policy. The heck? It's because foreign policy is one front that American media operates in unison and champions this cause. And they very effectively vilify anyone that actually steps outside of the boundaries of the liberal worldview. Okay? Just like I punish unsubscribed people at the top of the hour with a 60-second ad break. Where I serve them a 60-second ad break, but if they are subscribed, and you can be too, for $5, but if you don't have $5 for free with a Twitch Prime, then you won't get punished with the top of the hour ad break. Another way is if you're lucky and you get gifted a sub. But here's the 1-minute ad break now. No, strategic ambiguity has been done with the USSR just like with China and Taiwan in the past. Russia is acting outside of the rule books, not us. Fox is malding that we might stop starving kids in Cuba and Venezuela. Oh, I love this. I love this. The funniest part about this has been like, you know, reconsidering our horrifying and devastating and deadly and violent fucking sanctions on all of our Latin American villains, you know, South American villains now, and North American villains, technically. It's great. It's fucking awesome. Get fucked, America. Holy shit. Fucking pieces of shit, dude. I hope all of these fucking horny assholes who want to kill as many fucking Venezuelans as possible feel at least a crumb of the fucking pain. I hope they stub their toe every fucking day, dude. I hope they you know, they have back pain for the rest of their fucking lives. Do you understand? I hope they never feel the loving embrace of a loved one for the rest of their lives. The ones that are like, yeah, I can't believe it. Ah! What the fuck? Dynamic Jab 13 and Pest Nagel 10. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I hope they step on Legos. Do you understand? I hope they step on Legos like non-fucking stop. Forced to use the VPN in Russia, and now I see the ads. Anyway, here's the fact you won't hear on Fox News today. Exxon, Chevron, and Conoco made $46 billion in profit in 2021. Now they're using 40% of those profits for stock buybacks. Big oil is raking it in, raising prices and taking advantage of the war in Ukraine to push more drilling. Drill, baby, drill. Straight up. I said this yesterday as well. Remember, Ed Markey, friend of the show, follows me. Not a big deal. You know, Ed Mackey, cut the Malaki. Okay? He'll fight for you. He'll fight for you, Ed Mackey. Friend of the show, Ed Mackey, big advocate for the Green New Deal. It's time to ask what your government can do for you. Anyway. As a Venezuelan that was in most of the riots from 2014 to 2018, I'm pretty sure most Venezuelans are going to be pissed off if they lift the sanctions. Why would they be pissed off? Are you telling me that you're a Venezuelan who wants to continue fucking starving? What? You're a Venezuelan living in Venezuela, and you're saying like, no, we want to keep not being able to utilize our natural resources because of the crime that we decided to nationalize it. You know, against Western interests and Western opinions. Because if you're a Venezuelan in Florida, then like, you know, I don't like. I mean, if you don't give a shit about your family back home, I don't know what to tell you. But it's ultimately a good thing. It's like the suspicious Iranians who are like, bro, I'm Iranian, bro, trust me, bro, please glass us, bro. I love John Bolton, bro. MEK, bro. Very good, bro. Come on. Glass us, bro. I'm Iranian, bro. Come on. It's like, as a Bostonian, I agree. Ed Mackey does sound like that. I know. Friend of the show, dude. As a North Korean, I live sanctions. I love sanctions. Give us more. Anyway. We're going to read the Thomas Friedman article in a second. But yeah, what else did I have about the John Mearsheimer take? I mean, I guess we have to finish it.
Who really
we haven't
cares
yet.
more about this situation? The Russians?
Venezuelan here. I emigrated as well, but I understand the damage and misery that the sanctions of my country caused to the people that haven't been able to leave, even if I despise Maduro. Exactly. This has nothing to do with fucking Maduro and everything to do with what our responsibility is to the safety and security and livelihood of human beings living in fucking Venezuela. You cannot use the Venezuelan people and starve them as a fucking political pawn with the hopes that, like, your dumbass puppet is going to end up overthrowing the Maduro regime, okay? It's disgusting. It is morally abhorrent, and I completely oppose all of that, okay? Disgusting. How do you oust dictatorships then? When have we done? Has that worked? In instances where we have actually directly funded and funneled guns and have whipped up a fucking frenzy in, like, paramilitaries, right-wing paramilitaries, you know what ends up happening? Neoliberal economics of austerity and destruction. But before that, genocide, like active genocide done by people that we have trained, our military has trained with our guns. What the fuck are you talking about? Joe ends the drone war, withdrew from Afghanistan, most likely will ease sanctions on Venezuela, new Iran nuclear deal. Seems like a pretty solid record. Dog, I fucking ride or die with Brandon about withdrawing from Afghanistan. The Venezuelan sanctions being eased is a good thing overall. It angers me that it has continued for this long. And also, again, Iran denuclearization agreement was good. Wished we would ease on the sanctions in the lead up to it, but we didn't. We actually continued the Trump era sanctions. Okay.
Or the Americans. The Americans do not care that much about Ukraine. The Americans have made it clear they are not even willing to fight and die for Ukraine. So it's not that important to us. For the Russians, they have made it clear it's an existential threat. So the balance of...
I mean, part of the reason why is because it's, nuclear war. That's the reason why Americans are not going to fight and die for Ukraine. Possibly because, a lot of Americans would die. So I guess technically it's true. You know what I mean? It's like technically true in the sense that, they're not willing to fucking die in a nuclear holocaust.
Resolve, I believe, favors them. So as we walk up the escalation ladder moving forward, my guess, and it's just my guess, is that the Russians will prevail, not the Americans, and the Russians will prevail because the balance of resolve favors them.
Pre-invasion, it's the West's fault. Post-invasion, well, the West doesn't actually care, lol. It absolutely was the West's fault, as well as Russia, but the West is at fault here. I don't know why you don't recognize this. Any kind of utilitarian approach to this circumstance revolves around minimizing active casualties, okay? And if you want to take the approach, I've already said there were Western leaders that I was on board with, people that I fucking despise. Macron, Germany, like these countries have actively tried to put together ceasefire and peaceful neutralization agreements. No, we aren't. We have fucked up a lot of stuff on this planet. This one was not on us. No, once the invasion occurred, majority, if not the overwhelming majority of blame is still on Russia. Okay? The overwhelming blame is still on Russia. Of course, they're the ones who are invading. That much is clear. I hope you understand that. I've talked about it regularly, non-fucking stop, for the past couple of weeks now. Okay? But if you think that the West is completely absolved of any sort of guilt, you are doing the exact same thing that we hear from supposedly quote-unquote progressives on Twitter and in our media. Okay? The very same people that are now using Ukrainian blood to actively wash their hands of the bloodshed that America has done time and time again. Oh, now there's a different bad guy, dude. Now there's a different bad guy at play. Like, oh, finally, like, we're not at fault. Come on, right? Never. It's a good thing that we're doing. It's a good thing. We should continue. We should continue the fucking, war actively. We should continue the war in Ukraine, and we'll keep giving them guns, and it's attrition, and maybe eventually, like, Russia will get destabilized. Maybe eventually, like, Russia will say, all right, fuck it, we're going home. They won't escalate the conflict. They won't. Dude, you literally have naked pics on Instagram. Hee. Okay. So? Anyway. Do you think if the Americans stop the sanctions on Iran, they will go automatically liberal/pro-West, given that they have an open-minded society? I don't know. You're saying a lot of words there, like liberal, pro-West. Like, I think there's a lot of young Iranians who fucking despise America, but are still progressive, ultimately. The issue is, of course, when you are dealing with a larger imperialist force that is destroying your country, starving it out, and crippling it with sanctions, then you're too busy focusing on that instead of trying to fucking change your own country's regime.
Now, the question is, who loses this war? I think it doesn't matter much to the United States if we lose, in the sense that the Russians prevail in Ukraine. I think the real losers in this war are the Ukrainians. And I think what's happening...
So you're against military aid to Ukraine? I don't get it. I think originally, okay, there's two separate points of view here, okay? You have, again, people who believe Russia wants to restore the Russian Empire. It's Duginist thought. Like, Russia just wants to restore Russian Empire or the USSR, and that's why they're going to take over Ukraine no matter what. But they haven't until 2014, when they took Crimea, and they had not done anything leading up to that. But, like, there was a active triggering event that America certainly was involved with, even though the pro-Russian puppet was absolutely a fucking dogshit, corrupt, brutal leader regardless, okay? But they want to take over Ukraine. They want to take over Ukraine. They want to take over the entirety of Ukraine no matter what. They want to take over the entirety of Georgia no matter what. They want to rebuild the Russian Empire no matter what, right? And then the other idea is that no, Russia is doing this. Russia or Putin might personally try to advocate for this war by whipping up nationalistic fervor, but the ultimate goals that they have are what they've done: actively engage Georgia and Ukraine, which they have always considered to be a red line for NATO involvement and Western influence. To be in territorial disputes, so they can never join NATO, because Article 5 would dictate that a country that is in war has to be defended by the rest of the NATO nations, and the rest of the NATO nations have nuclear weapons, and therefore it'd be nuclear holocaust. Okay? These are the two competing thoughts. My point is, even if they absolutely just want to take over the entirety of Ukraine, they want to take over the entirety of Ukraine, okay? There is no reason not to capitulate and actually fucking make concessions to some of the demands that Russia is making in an effort to try to stop. It's not that hard to understand Putin's motives. Just read his own words. I already acknowledged it. That sure sounds like appeasement. Dude, I hate this baby-brained fucking take. Yes, dude, it's appeasement. Of course it's appeasement. We live in a post-nuclear world. the alternative of appeasement is war. We are already doing appeasement. We aren't even fucking we're not fighting Russia. We're not instituting a no-fly zone. We're not bringing Ukraine into NATO. We were never going to do that regardless because of the events that are happening currently and the likelihood that they would happen if we were to ever invite Ukraine into NATO. Okay? We are living in a nuclear war. The opposite of appeasement is nuclear holocaust. The opposite of appeasement is active war between two countries with nuclear warheads. The opposite of appeasement is something that Joe Biden understands, even with his rotting fucking brain, but for some reason Twitch chatters do not. Are you in a bunker? Are you tweeting at me from your fucking New Zealand bunker, dude? Is this Peter Thiel's New Zealand bunker talking? Because if you're not, then shut the fuck up. Unless you just are suicidal and don't care that nuclear warheads start flying and you think you're going to be able to, use your bottle caps that you stashed away for this opportunity. I feel like you don't understand how much they really pushed to never appease in high school history class here. It doesn't matter how much they pushed the appeasement stuff in high school. What matters is every single human being in here, after a certain point, after a certain amount of times that I fucking, mention this over and over again, can comprehend that World War II is different than World War III because World War II was conventional weapons. World War III is not going to be fought with conventional weapons. World War III is going to be fought with nukes, okay? That is the two competing theories on nuclearization as a peace-bringing operation and nuclearization as the mutual assured destruction, which will ultimately, allow conflicts like this, smaller conflicts like this to continue. Okay? How far do civilian deaths go until you think it's okay to engage war with Russia? There is no amount of civilian deaths that not me, okay, not me personally, that America is willing to fucking concede to because no one cares. Hopefully you will understand that even if Russia were to kill like half the fucking Ukrainian population, America is not going to risk nuclear war, okay? The Western world is not going to risk nuclear war. I personally care about the lives of Ukrainians. That's why we raise money for Ukrainians, okay? Especially Ukrainians that are trying to evacuate, Ukrainian civilians, Ukrainian workers. I do care about them. But caring and sharing our thoughts and our feelings is as far as we can go in the situation. But if we're talking about statecraft, if we're talking about what the American state could do in the situation, they have two options. They can keep fucking pumping Ukraine full of guns and say, hey, look, your javelins have been super successful in absolutely shredding Russian tanks thus far. Like an incredible amount of fucking Russian tanks have been destroyed so far. Just keep it up. Just keep it up. You'll be able to maybe one day, with our sanctions as well on the side, hopefully be able to purge the Russian forces, which I doubt. I've said this before, I will say it again. NATO says they won't get involved due to the nuke issue, but on the other hand, they say they will fight to defend every inch of NATO. Really, come on, the nukes are not the issue. What? They say they'll defend every inch of NATO because they have nukes too. And Russia knows they have nukes as well. That's the point of NATO. If enough civilian deaths happen, Europe will join the war. I don't think you understand how angry people are here. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Europe will join the war, and Putin will be like, all right, well, I can't win this war with conventional weapons. Time to fucking release. Let's do it. Hit the button. GG's. I'll stream it. I'll stream it. Don't worry, boys. When the nukes are flying, you know, I'm not going to survive it. I'll tank the fucking nukes. Who cares, you know, at that point. I don't like these takes either. This is fucking stupid, okay? Union pay has already been used in Ukraine. Union pay is already being used in the United States of America. Union pay, China's union pay has already been active all around the country. It's still all around the world. It's like one of the fucking largest payment processors after, if not, it might even be larger than fucking Visa, not Visa and MasterCard together. So the idea that like, oh man, you know, fucking after Visa and MasterCard pulled out of Russia, which from what I understand, Visa and MasterCard only pulled out of international transactions in Russia and are still, you know, these are the people that like are actively in support of Russia, which I think is like silly as well. Anyway, it's a strange fucking take. You're so parasocial. You want your last moments to be with chat one last mall? Oh, 100%. In 2015, the Union Pay overtook Visa and MasterCard in total value of payments made by customers and became the largest card payment processing organization. Like, these people use anything and everything they can. Richard Medhurst is not actively supporting Russia. Please be careful with such an accusation. I mean, isn't this like one of those fucking Jimmy Dore type dudes? I don't know. Maybe he's not. I apologize. Rather than shun Russia, the PM of Pakistan, another nuclear power, visited Moscow and bought 2 million tons of wheat and natural gas after meeting Putin. Whatever you think of Russia, you cannot deny the world is actually not on agreement in Ukraine. I know corporate media wants you to think that the West equals the whole world, but that's clearly not what's going on. There's a global realignment happening. There are like 3 or 4 people, I think, with like some level of prominence that are, you know, doing a little bit of maybe a little bit of propaganda on the Russian side. Not that like claim you want the internet culture of L's and W's to end, yet you want to stream a nuclear apocalypse just to flex your W on chat one last time. The hypocritical left. No, it's because like this is what I enjoy doing. That's it. And obviously, I would want to do. I would like to do what I like doing in my last moments. But anyway, this is wrong. This analysis is wrong. The West is shooting itself in the foot. It's not punishing Russia. It's bringing Eurasia and Global South closer together. Like, I'm willing to bet that this person's assessment of American imperialism is probably fucking super on the money, okay? A lot of these people are like that. And he's right. American imperialism does actually actively bring the Global South together, or is part of the reason why the Sino-Soviet relations have been repaired, right? Seemingly. But he can't twist that back to Russia doing an act of imperialism will also, galvanize the Baltic states and make their attitudes completely justified, make their attitudes against Russia completely justifiable. Okay. Regarding sending jets to backfill Polish jets, we are working through some pretty complicated logistics on that front, including how we would backfill, because returning new planes and transferring serious weapon systems often take years to do from the United States. Yeah. Okay. What stupid sanctions the West put on us? That's right. Make life difficult for regular people. Yes, I am from Russia. Feel for you, brother. And feel for the Ukrainian people as well. It's a really fucking horrible situation because, you know, oligarchs run the fucking planet. Ilya on Fox, we need the clip. Oh, Jesus. Medhurst has also made it clear that Putin is bad. Okay, good. But they are the union pay take is wrong though. So Russia didn't make a move on Ukraine until 2008, but it's not true. Why Russia tried to kill Yushchenko in 2004 if they didn't want to take over Ukraine anyway? And why do you think the West tried to get Ukraine to NATO and arm them if they don't care about it anyway? I don't disagree with you. I just don't understand. Please explain. I never said that Russia doesn't want to control Ukraine. I said that Russia doesn't want to occupy Ukraine and turn it into a part of Russia. Of course, Russia, as the regional superpower, wants to have active involvement and has deliberately and has actively involved itself in Ukrainian affairs. Such is the nature of the fate of smaller nations. Okay. What is this damn OnlyFans is broke? What is this? Damn, OnlyFans is broke. I appreciate your response. However, I'm afraid we're going to have to decline it. A sum of $10 million is simply unfeasible. I would like to wish Jason the best of luck in his career. If he changes his mind about joining the platform in the future, please feel free to get back in contact. Hello, Donkey. I'm reaching out to you today as I recently discovered your page, and I'm very impressed with the quality of content you post across your socials. And I am an official talent executive for OnlyFans, specializing in the gaming and lifestyle sector. OnlyFans wanted me to join it too, I think, by way of my agency back in the day. Not back in the day, like a couple months ago. Pretty funny. I would like to offer you the opportunity to embark on a journey enhancing your earnings potential whilst enhancing your ability to interact with your fans. We are sourcing influential creators like yourself to help expand the dynamic of our site. We have such a wide variety of talented creators such as tattoo artists, beauty enthusiasts, travel gurus, and fitness people. I love that. Pretty funny. This proves your point 7 years ago. Major global payment systems, total cards issued worldwide 2012, Union Pay. China's Union Pay has led number of cards issued since 2010. Market share of Russia in 2014 was 35% to 65%, whereas Union Pay has been in circulation and has been working in Ukraine. A larger percentage of Union Pay was active in Ukraine than in Russia, and they still are continuing to work within Ukraine. Payment systems oftentimes are not, are not used in this way where you're like, I think you're mistaken about Union Pay thing. I'm Russian. Union Pay was virtually non-existent in Russia before. Now people are issuing MIR Union Pay cards on a large scale. No. Union Pay was always in America and always in Ukraine is what I said. Union Pay might be new in Russia, but Union Pay is not like a Chinese weapon in the way that like people are making it seem. Union Pay is has been active for a long time. Union Pay is the Chinese payment processor, rather than Visa and MasterCard. Yes, surely they won't use it that way. Not like America does. I mean, they might. They might. Not MIR, it's Mir. China isn't going to tolerate this forever. Where do you think East Asia Russian economic refugees are going to flow, especially if they're wheat? If there is wheat disruptions, they are going to Chinese coastal cities. Okay. Bro, I've never seen a Union Pay card in Ukraine ever. Mir is in world peace. In 2020, Union Pay card went from 0% over the past 3 months. Union Pay card acceptance rate in Ukraine has grown from 0 to 60%, making it much easier for Union Pay card holders to make payments or withdraw cash in the country. This results from the new partnership between Union Pay International and Privat Bank, the largest commercial bank in Ukraine, which now enables all merchants and ATM terminals in its network to accept Union Pay. My point is more complicated. My point is that it is more complicated than the way that people present it. Good thing 500 anti-tank projectiles came true. Hope Sweden and Finland join NATO. Visa and MasterCard also cost billions of dollars in fees, and a lot of countries are fighting back. They also launched RuPay in India and expanded its reach via protectionist measures. The fuck over Visa and MasterCard. UnionPay is one of the most established card processors on the planet. Even USPS lists it as an accepted method in every post office in the country. Okay, we finished the Mearsheimer take.
Is we have led the Ukrainians down the primrose path.
What do you mean? What he means by that? See this thread of his clips for his 2015 analysis, which I mentioned, turned out to be quite prescient, particularly this last part where he said the course that was being followed was going to end up with Ukraine being wrecked. 2 more clips where Mearsheimer talks about why he believes the sanctions will not work in toppling Putin and putting an end to the war. But in fact, nationalism will cause most Russians to rally around him, confirmed by the post this was a response to.
I think that the question is really on the table here is whether or not with sanctions and the costs of war, just the cost of losing people and fighting in Ukraine, that coupled with economic sanctions can inflict enough punishment on the Russian people and the oligarchs that they rise up against Putin, right? This is the question. And I think there are 2 reasons that's not going to happen. I'm not saying I'm right, you're wrong, but I think that what the scenario that you two described will not prove to be correct. And let me tell you why. The first is nationalism. States.
Did you just fart? What the fuck?
Welcome back.
Shit.
Are able to sustain huge amounts of punishment, and the population does not rise up against the ruler. You want to think about what we did to Japan in World War II. You want to think about what we did to Germany. You want to think about the literature on sanctions, economic sanctions. Look at Iran. It's amazing what we've done to Iran. Look at Cuba. There have been sanctions on Cuba forever.
You don't agree with Mearsheimer on everything? He couldn't even say that Russia was doing imperialism? Yeah, I disagree. I think it is the moment that they put fucking boots on the ground and the moment that, look, Donbass, you could say, is irredentist. Crimea is a little bit different than Donbass, But you can say that Donbass is irredentist, but it's imperialist the moment that you fucking move beyond it. And by the way, that's still unacceptable as well, like across the board. America and the West's involvement on the buildup and the lead up to the events that took place does not change the reality that what Mearsheimer doesn't talk in terms of imperialism, though. He's not a leftist. I mean, there is that, you know. All right, let's finish this one and then we'll look at the...
Right? And these countries don't throw up their hands. So the first point I would make to you is...
Bro, I literally brought this up when I talked about why sanctions oftentimes don't actually end up they don't actually end up being successful. It just makes the country more isolationist by design and more authoritarian by design in an effort to... Irredentist seems kind of shitty and not exactly just. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's not just. I'm saying that that's also not appropriate either.
Nationalism is a very powerful force, and I think that the Russian people will rally around Putin. Second point I would make to you is, as a result of this this talk that I gave that's ricocheting all over the internet, plus the New Yorker piece, I get like 1,000 emails every day. I can't even open up all the emails I get. But I've gotten a number of emails from Russians. These are educated people who are not hostile to me in any way. And I read those emails to say that you want to understand that you Americans are threatening Mother Russia.
Yeah, this is the other side of sanctions, which has a capacity to turn people more reactionary. What is this? Isaac Chotner recently interviewed John Mearsheimer, one of the most prolific realist international relations theorists of our time, on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. His analysis has turned a lot of heads. Here are just the first two paragraphs of Mearsheimer's commentary. I think all the trouble in this case started in April 2008 at the NATO summit in Bucharest, where afterwards NATO issued a statement that Ukraine and Georgia would become part of NATO. I 100,000,000% agree with this take. I'm sorry. It's a GWB take, okay? This is the prolific painter that a lot of you Zoomers know as George W. Bush, who didn't used to be a shitty painter and was a war criminal and is still a war criminal, for the record, okay? That man, on his way out, literally was like, we should look into... you know, getting Ukraine and Georgia to be a part of NATO. Okay? Straight the fuck up. And the Russians made it unequivocally clear at the time that they view this as an existential threat and they drew a line in the sand. Nevertheless, what has happened with the passage of time is that we have moved forward to include Ukraine in the West and make Ukraine a Western bulwark on Russia's border. That's why Putin also said in that speech where Ukraine is a knife to the throat of Russia. Of course, this includes more than just NATO expansion. NATO expansion is the heart of the strategy, but it includes EU expansion as well, and it includes turning Ukraine into a pro-American liberal democracy, and from a Russian perspective, this is an existential threat. This is the part of the fucking process where I deviate away from Mearsheimer, whose analysis, in my opinion, does not is completely, again, devoid of a materialist analysis. And it goes back to the same kind of liberal bullshit, just from the right-wing side, from the conservative side, which is the same bullshit, which is like Russia fears a fucking Jeffersonian democracy, but conservatively, okay? It's liberal nonsense. It's neoliberal capitalist nonsense, okay? It does not fucking matter. Countries do not operate on these terms, okay? This idea, this notion of freedom. Okay? Complete bullshit. Western bulwark on Russia's border. Of course, it includes more than NATO expansion. Russian perspective, this is an existential threat. And I also disagree with the EU inclusion, okay? Pro-EU can also imply economic analysis. I mean, I guess the economic analysis there is that EU expansion and conditional loans afforded to Ukraine will build up Ukraine's production capabilities, extraction capabilities, which will then obviously hurt Russia's bottom line and the political power that they have over European countries, because now you have a natural resource dense country, a natural resource rich country who is capable of producing and even maybe not completely competing, but at least in somewhat hurting the Russian bottom line as it sells commodities, oil, and gas to the rest of the world. If there were no NATO expansion and EU expansion and Ukraine just became a liberal democracy and was friendly with the United States and the West more generally, it could probably get away with that. You want to understand that there's a three-pronged strategy at play here: EU expansion, NATO expansion, and turning Ukraine into a pro-American liberal democracy. Now, the irony, of course, is that Russia's attitude and Russia's actions in Ukraine has literally made this into a inevitable, I wouldn't even say an inevitable reality, because like I don't think they're gonna fucking be able to join EU after this, or NATO ever, obviously. Right? But the people certainly want it, and they will continue fighting against Russia because they will see this as liberation. And Russia is at fault even before this, because being able to allow Ukraine to build its natural resources, okay, and its extraction industries, and become a competitor in the global marketplace against Russia might hurt their fucking bottom line, but is still 1,000,000,000% appropriate for Ukraine to do. Okay, so that is Russia's economic imperialism at play, okay, against the European interests, the Western interests of economic imperialism. Those are the two competing factions. Notice I'm not talking about Ukrainian sovereignty or the Ukrainians' wishes here, because it's completely, and I mean completely and entirely irrelevant to this conversation, because Ukraine, in the absence of NATO javelins, and in the absence of Western training, in the absence of Western intelligence, would be nothing right now. It'd be fucking not even nothing. It would just be a Russian state already. It would have been Belarus, okay? Americans are using, and the West is using, the Ukrainian interest, the understandable desire of sovereignty that Ukrainians have, and the understandable fears that they've had against Russia's involvement in Ukrainian business and affairs to their own interest. Okay? There's a lot to unpack here and a lot more to link above. Most everyone I know expressed something between exacerbation and outrage at Mearsheimer's stance that this is the U.S. and NATO which bear the blame for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I disagree. I think Russia has the bear to blame for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. You know, you don't have to fucking take the bait. You don't have to like actively engage in the violent actions. You can still try to go towards diplomatic options there, posturing and saber rattling and leaking intelligence that you're going to invade is one thing. Actually invading is an entirely separate one. These Putin sympathizers are ridiculous. If you want to read realist analysis on foreign policy from a non-conservative, you should look at the Stephen Walt. I haven't seen him say anything about Russia, but he's written a lot about the Iran deal in the broader context of how misguided our Middle Eastern policy is. He's also the co-author of that famous book on AIPAC with Mearsheimer. Yeah, they call him and Mearsheimer both anti-Semitic for that book that they wrote about AIPAC and its influence on American policy. I'm pretty sure they like. That's why a lot of people who at least know a little bit more about Mearsheimer than just like. A lot of people that know a little bit more on Mearsheimer will immediately be like, he's actually an anti-Semite. The same shit with like Chomsky is a fucking Khmer Rouge supporter. It's like, no, these people just don't agree with you on foreign policy, which has like universal bipartisan consensus in the United States of America and is actively held up by our we don't have a state media in the same way that other countries do, okay? But, our bipartisan approach within the media as well to bipartisan approach, which of course our media has, our privately held media has in advocating for the interests of our State Department. My take is going to be a little different. I don't offer any defense of NATO or U.S. decision-making on ethical grounds, nor criticism of Russian invasion on humanitarian grounds, although I happily do both of those things somewhere else. I think the core problem of Mearsheimer's analysis is that realism as a paradigm of international relations theory used by scholars and policymakers makes sense of geopolitics, conflates description with prescription. People want realism to be a theory of how the world actually works, a theory of how the world should work, and a theory of what should we do given how the world works, all at the same time. Mearsheimer confuses these perspectives too, perhaps deliberately, perhaps unwittingly. This is why smart and well-meaning people ask Mearsheimer in his theories to evaluate questions like who is responsible for the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and look for responses which are different than Vladimir Putin, the person who ordered the invasion. Realism promises an analysis of objective material capability, state interests, and structural incentives that suggest there are deeper causes of things than individual decisions made by state leaders. Vladimir Putin ordered the invasion in this analysis because he had to, because something forced him to do this. Mearsheimer argues that Russia has core security interests and that the United States and its NATO allies together with the EU threaten those security interests when they could have chosen instead to maximize Russian security by ceding to Russia the right to make decisions that it saw as compatible with its own security interests. To the extent that that logic of Russian existential security includes neighboring countries cannot be liberal democracies, then we should have not provoked Russia on this point. Doing so is our mistake. Okay, what? Did you say this guy was a fucking progressive? Whoever wrote this? I have a different interpretation of what the realists should conclude about Russian invasion of Ukraine and its antecedents. I start from a different premise. Russia is not a great power. It obviously is a declining power, objectively so. It only claims the global power status, its petroleum reserves, its nuclear arsenal, and our collective memories of Cold War. Take those away, and Russia is no more great power than Turkey was in 1935. Yo! Wait, take those away? Threatened by the security interests when they could have chosen instead to maximize Russian security by ceding to Russia the right to make decisions that it saw as compatible. To that extent, the logic Russia's existential security includes neighboring countries cannot be liberal democracies, then we should not have provoked Russia on this point. Doing so is our mistake. Putin follows incentives derived from state interests. The Allies deviated from how the world actually works, ignoring Putin's incentives and making NATO-EU enlargement decisions based on some other set of non-realistic considerations. The result is war. That is Mearsheimer's argument. And it is a cogent argument as far as it goes. We can query the analytical system that Mearsheimer constructs, asking who is responsible for war, and we can get an answer: the Allies, not Russia. And a policy prescription: don't try to mess with Russia's sphere of influence, and you will avoid war. I mean, it's kind of been true, but, whatever. But this is an analysis that is only so good as its portrayal of the objective reality of the past 30 years. I have a different interpretation. I start from a different premise. Russia is not a great power. Soviet Union lost the Cold War decisively. Its empire fell into pieces. Russia is responsible to give wide berth to NATO, recognizing as every realist should that the strong do what they will, the weak will do what they must. Russian proclamation that it gets to prioritize Putin's individual political survival over the logic of international relations are nothing more than idealist fantasies. What? Objectively, no one wants to invade or destroy Russia. There are not and have never been plans for a NATO conquest. Yeah, this sucks. This article is fucking dog shit. I almost want to fucking ban the person who sent this to me. Dude, if you say objectively that the United States does not want to, absolutely destroy, whether because they want a weakened Russia to no longer pose a threat in the overwhelming, the upcoming battle of being the hegemonic superpower on the planet with China, or whether it's because they just see them as a foreign adversary to bully around, and a withered foreign adversary is still good for American security interests is silly. I think a good term for what refers genetically to NATO, EU, and Japan and other leaders of the effort to punish Russia for its invasion is the allies. In what possible sense the level of democracy in Ukraine a threat to Russian state interests is a threat to Putin himself? Putin is not the state, as Waltz would have put it. Invading Ukraine was a stupid strategic error made by a declining power that does not understand the tragedy of great power politics. In the immediate short run, Ukrainians will pay the price for Russia's strategic errors, but in the long run, Russia will bear the consequences. It is demonstrated clearly that it limits its force projection capabilities, and united NATO and EU and a bunch of Yeah, I mean, this analysis I do agree with, but this I do not. Objectively, no one wants to invade or destroy Russia. There are not and have never been plans for a NATO conquest of Russia. Russia had a good deal. They got to sell their petroleum and defend their territorial integrity with their aging nuclear arsenal. Invading Ukraine was a stupid strategic... This is fucking disgusting, dude. This is unironically, this is when you are Westoid brained, okay? Yeah, Russia got a good fucking deal, dude. We fucking let them sell petroleum. Yeah. Without fucking destroying them. Also, no one wants to destroy them. Good one. Good deal, bro. Russia got a good deal. We let them fucking sell their petroleum without, declaring them our fucking the allies, dude. Terrible. We all agree that America is a cancer to this world. Why the Eastern countries don't make up an alliance like NATO to stop the U.S. at least in Eastern territories? Wait, what do you mean? There has not been yet, until recently, an Eastern superpower that could actually do that. That world is changing right now rapidly. And secondly, pacts have been done in the past. Okay? Similar to what you are suggesting, it does not fucking matter. You cannot combat the great imperial power. They have military bases all around the fucking world, and they will roll you. They will make a fool out of you, dude. Look at every other country that has been a proxy war for other regional nations trying to enforce some kind of sovereignty. We don't want to destroy them. Just as McCain said, Arab Spring them. Yeah, exactly. We want to do color revolutions, baby. That's right. Why would you consider that to be an act of war? I don't understand. You just, if you recognize on the one hand that you have to recognize a couple things if you want to understand my perspective. It's that small nations have no fucking say in the matter, okay? Sorry, it's just the truth. I'm not saying that's a good thing, okay? I'm just simply stating the fucking reality. So you have two different poles that you can lean on, okay? You either let a Western puppet dictate what happens in your country. Austerity measures come, IMF loans come in, they kick in, your country turns into a military base. But hey, guess what? Some of your fucking politicians, your corrupt oligarchs, they're going to fucking make a killing, okay? They're going to control all those deals. They're going to be the mediator on those deals. They're going to take a fucking tidy little fucking percentage off the top, and that's excellent, okay? Or the same thing is going to happen, but on the Russian side. You're going to get less money, okay? You're going to get less money. The country that has historically bullied you is going to control your country, and his guy is going to be a part of your decision-making process. You're going to rise up. You're not going to want that to happen. Okay? So it's either going to be the international hegemonic power or the local, the what? You are mentally defeated when you said let? What do you mean? There is no world in which, There is no world in which a small country, a smaller country, or rather a small economic power gets to make decisions on their own. Okay? Like, that's not happening. That has never happened and is not going to happen. Motherfucker said Israel, a country with nukes that is also literally like basically an American state. Yeah, Israel, a country that definitely is not, pro-America unconditionally. Okay. Now, the future for Ukraine, if they just continued with Russian involvement, also didn't look great either, for the record. Let me just mention this real quick. So, there is no best of both worlds scenario here. It's kind of like the nation building project in Rojava that I have described time and time again. I know that there are a lot of Kurdish anarcho-communists who believe that Rojava would be operational as a anarcho-communist state, okay, a state project that would be communist in theory, right? Good luck. America would never allow that to happen. America would instead, if you weren't communist openly, would maybe allow you to occur as a autonomous region, like in the northern Iraq autonomous Kurdish region. Or if there was ever a nation-state project in Rojava, it would be like Israel, Democratic Confederalist, not ANCOM, regardless, whatever. It would only be like Israel, the only nation-state project that the West would ever allow Kurds to have, which morally speaking, I do believe that they deserve it, okay? I do believe that 35 million Kurds and living in diaspora, I do believe if they want to have a nation-state, they have a historic claim to, and they should be able to, okay? Morally speaking. But realistically, that nation-state project will only happen if it's an Israel-type American puppet state. That's it. Israel 2 Electric Boogaloo. Which is not even, is not even something that America currently needs to do or allow, because it's easier for them to continue using Kurdish militias as a weapon anytime they want to fucking engage in destabilizing and as a as a bargaining chip against Turkey anytime they feel like Turkey is moving a little too close to Russia. Ultimately, when Turkey does do the bidding of the United States, they will then turn around and completely allow Turkey to wipe out whichever Kurdish militia and take over whichever territory which was currently run by a Kurdish militia, and allow Turks to just fucking wipe out all the Kurds living in whichever region they please, because the allegiance that America has with Turkey, a NATO ally, is significantly more important than even, building a fucking Kurdish country in that area. Carve it out. This is, of course, before we even have this conversation about the likely horrifying, destabilizing nature of the Middle East, of having a Western power carve out borders and create a country in the Middle East where one did not exist. My argument is also always revolved around, and this is the part where Kurds agree with everything I've said thus far, but the part where I say, okay, this part is where Kurds will get mad at me and say I'm unrealistic and psychotic, but it does actually bear resemblance to my analysis of Ukraine, which is the only way to build a robust and legitimate state that has autonomy is by trying to collaborate with the regional superpowers, i.e., Turkey. Turkey, Syria, Iran, and not Western aligned superpowers in that region. That is the only way that you could build a robust nation state in that area, in that region. Hold up, isn't at the end of the day, isn't the West helping Ukraine's fear of Russia by following their interests? If the fears are reasonable, that ain't bad, right? Or does their sovereignty matter? Or doesn't their sovereignty matter? No, their sovereignty is non-existent. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter in the it doesn't matter in the sense that like Americans don't give a shit. Like the American state doesn't give a shit about the interests of sovereignty the Ukrainians have. They're giving guns to Ukraine and saying, "Hey, maybe we'll let you into NATO. Hey, don't worry, we're gonna do that anytime now." And the reason why they do that is because they know that that's a good point to fucking to egg Russia on with, and you know, the United States, it's like corporations, okay? Corporations, you understand and recognize, are not, moral beings. They operate at the behest of their profit motive. States are similar to that. States have one additional layer to the corporate oligopoly, which is states operate, especially Western states, operate at the behest of capital owners and their corporate interests, right? Doing what's best for Western and multinational corporations and what is best for them and their bottom line. If it means extracting natural resources from some developing nation, then they'll do whatever they can to continue that, okay? If it means utilizing slave labor in a country that has been historically kept down, then they will do that. You know what I mean? They do not have like a moral interest in any way. They do not have the U.S. In the U.S., everything is show, so you can show your ass. Anyway. Let's look at this one. The political science assistant professor Olga Chizzy says Western sanctions will not lead the regime change. So we asked her, why not? This is the most original and clear analysis I've heard on the sanctions, on the oligarchs, and the impact on ordinary Russians. Let's take a look at the sanctions and why they won't work, because I have not seen this take, and I'm interested to hear it. I've only heard, sanctions and their efficacy thus far. So let's hear that. The only effective sanctions, obviously, are the top of the hour ad breaks on the HasanAbi broadcast, where, at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Obviously, you can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, and effectively dismantle the top of the hour ad breaks. Or if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub as well. That's one other way that you can do such a thing. But if you're not lucky, you can make your own luck, like I said, by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and getting one free Twitch Prime subscription a month. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
Wrote on your Twitter a lengthy thread about what the sanctions can and cannot do to the Russian government and specifically to Putin. And you said that Western sanctions will not topple the Russian regime. Why not?
In order to understand what the effect of sanctions is on toppling a regime, you have to understand how the sanctions impact the ability of the regime or...
This is pretty funny. I'm sorry, I got to point this out. The more countries want fucking war with Ukraine to wage war with Russia, the less they take fucking refugees, by the way. This might change. But so far, it's pretty fucking funny. Like, how many have the United States taken so far? As of January 30th, 265. Pretty cool. Look at that, dude. UK with 50. The United States with 255. To be fair, I doubt most Ukrainians want to flee so far from home. Come on, bro. You're German. Do you feel like Ukrainians, if given the opportunity to come to America with refugee status and TPS, like they wouldn't take that in a fucking heartbeat? They 1000% would, dude. What the fuck? This is wait. This is thus far. Let's see. On March 6th, this is from literally as of January 30th, 265. Let's see how many they've taken. Oh wait, they haven't taken since January. So since the beginning of the heat up of this conflict, they've taken 0. Because this article's written in March 6th. So they took, as of January 30th, 265. So that's it. Yeah, but how many Mexican immigrants is Poland taking in? Wait, what? Dude, that's not even a fucking option on the table. What do you mean? Notice how Germany, which was criticized roundly, let's see how many Ukrainian immigrants Germany has taken. So 1.5 million right now, right? Germany's federal police has registered 27,491 refugees from Ukraine in Germany to date. The Interior Ministry spokesperson confirmed to CNN Saturday. So the country that sent fucking helmets and refused and did not allow Estonia to send in guns to Ukraine took in 27,000. But the country that's been like saying we stand with Ukraine. I mean, I went to the Abbey and, you know, the Abbey stands with Ukraine. Everybody stands with Ukraine. We love giving moral support and consideration to fucking Ukraine. You know? But no refugees, baby. This might as well be an IKEA advert if we don't offer visas and asylum. I kind of want to fucking blast off with a tweet. London landmarks awash with the blue and yellow flag of Ukraine. Come on, they took a lot of refugees in previous crises, though. The U.S. has consistently took some to none, but not Germany. Wait, no. You're misunderstanding my point. My point is that everybody got mad at fucking Germany for only sending helmets, okay, and trying to prevent war from happening and trying to engage in, diplomatic opportunities, okay? Again, they're fleeing by car, foot, and train. Of course, Germany, Poland, Romania have taken more than the UK and even the US. Kind of obvious. Okay, but they haven't given the opportunity. What do you mean? This is a humanitarian mission. Fucking fly them out from Germany. Fly them out from different countries. If that was the case, then everyone would be in fucking Poland, which, of course, the majority are in Baltic states. But they're not allowing people to come in. That's the difference. You can fly a fucking plane, a humanitarian mission, from Poland to the United States if you truly wish to take them in. If you truly wish to help, these refugees, which we should, by the way, 1,000%. Yeah, there are trains with refugees going further west through the EU. Show the UK tweet. It showed the number of Ukrainian applicants. Wait, where was it? The tweet that I just had on. Where is it? Ooh, Priti Patel's refugee policy is working absolutely perfectly. Let's see what the Oibro has to say about this.
And Doris look like geniuses this morning because her refugee policy is working perfectly. This is the point that people are desperate for you to miss. People are desperate for you to avoid. Priti Patel's refugee policy is working absolutely perfectly. People fleeing war in Ukraine can't get into this country for love nor money. The tale that I think got me angriest, most broken-hearted, most ashamed, I don't know what word you'd prefer to use, was probably the one I had to read twice because I thought I must have misunderstood or it couldn't possibly be true. Imagine, if you would, that
the UK did Brexit just to expel Slavs from the country. They're not going to let Slavs in, even refugees. Yeah. When I made this fucking... By the way, when I mentioned this, people got so mad at me. They were like, that's not true. Brexit was not about Polish. It literally was about the Polish, all right?
You and your children had got out of Kiev. You'd managed to make your way into Poland, relying upon help and support from people, often strangers. You managed to make your way all the way to Calais because you have family in the United Kingdom who are desperate to throw their doors open for you and their arms around you. You got all the way to Calais, where you applied to come to this country, the United Kingdom, Great Britain, only to be told, sorry, you've got to go back to Paris and apply from there. We know that happened to at least 150 people, God knows how many more. I don't know quite what it is people struggle with, but Priti Patel's refugee policy is working exactly as it was intended to do. And remember, there is currently legislation making its way through the Houses of...
Oh, sorry, guys. Remember, people don't want to come to the UK, right? People don't want to come to the UK. Oh, guess what? Actually, never mind. 5,000 of them have applied since the program launched on Friday, and only 50 have been allowed asylum. Dude, come on, dude. Since the 1st of January, over 6,100 Ukrainians have arrived in Canada. All immigrants, refugees, and visitors, including temporary foreign workers and students, are carefully screened before coming into Canada. The screening ensures that they do not pose a threat to the health, safety, or security of Canadians. It's 2022. We need to downgrade Great Britain to mediocre Britain. I mean, that's not even mediocre. That's abysmal, dude. Hey, listen, maybe those numbers will change. We'll see. There's a safe third country agreement between the EU, US, Canada, and UK. This is why people can't go be accepted as refugee. Dog. We have that with Latin American nations too. That's a horrific policy to literally bully smaller countries and coalitions into taking refugees because we refuse to. Do you understand? The safe harbor laws are literally counterproductive to humanitarian efforts. That's You're describing one of the reasons as to why we have literally refused to recognize our part in any of these involvements and refuse to do what matters in this situation. And you're using that as a justification. France accuses the UK of lack of humanity after 150 Ukraine refugees have turned away at Calais. The French minister writes strongly worded letter to Priti Patel saying UK's response is completely unsuitable. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Hey, maybe they will take more, hopefully. But the safe harbor, not safe harbor, that's the fucking DMCA law, but like the first, what is it called? Like the... Western Europe reminding Slavs they aren't wide enough. I mean, dude, let's be fucking... listen, Germany is pretty decent with this sort of stuff because they love, they love wage workers that are desperate and willing to work for less. So. To be fair, sending victims of war to the UK is straight up rude. Safe third country agreements. Yeah. Thought the U.S. is accepting like 125,000 this year. Why they are not accepting? Though the USA is accepting like 125,000 this year. Wait, what? Dude, don't count on it. The Afghan refugees are stuck in prison, the hotel rooms, nowhere to go. They can't apply for jobs, else they will be dropped from the government scheme they were put on. Oh, there's that too. And these were our people that, worked with our security forces in Afghanistan. That's another really good one. HasanAbi. There's interesting new slurs popping up too. Whatevs? What? I have to tweet about this, dude. Arguably two nations that have banged the war drums. Justifiable Russian invasion. And the bad appeasing countries like Germany. Sorry, UK. Chat is too much. Don't walk and talk if you can't walk and talk. I mean, they were never going to. Shocked to find out that the UK and USA, arguably two nations that have banged the war drums in Ukraine in the lead up to the unjustifiable Russian invasion, took significantly less Ukrainians in than the bad appeasing countries like Germany. Standing with the Ukrainians, though, am I right? There it is. Look at her banner. Wow. Yeah, the UK does stand with Ukraine. They stand at the door and hold it. Okay? They're like, boy, bruv, get the fuck out of here, yeah? You stay where the fuck you are, right? You stay in what, like Latvia or Estonia? We stand with you from afar, bruv. Ukrainian refugee arrivals today: Poland 885,000, Hungary 169,000, Slovakia 113,000, Moldova 84,000, Romania 71,000, other EU 157,000, UK 50. Now that number might change. That number might change. Hopefully it will. Okay, we'll see. But, I talked about this earlier this morning. It was laughable when America said, we might reconsider TPS status for Ukrainians. It's like, bitch, where is the reconsideration? Why haven't you considered it thus far? Did you think that the invasion was not occurring up until this very moment? What's happening? This justifies all your Britophobia? Always, bruv. Always.
Parliament that is designed to make it even harder to get here than it is already, even if you are fleeing the sort of situation that's unfolding in Ukraine. There are approximately 5 million people in the Republic of Ireland.
Yeah. America be like, it's a special military operation. There's no need for a TPS. It's just a special military operation. Come on. We're giving you javelins. Come on. Also, if you want to negotiate, like, no concessions, no negotiations, no bargaining, nothing like that. So, don't do that. But also, if you want to come here, you can't do that.
Ireland, they've already taken in 1,250 refugees. In a country with a population closer to 70 million.
To be fair, though, it is kind of fucked up. Imagine we bring Ukrainians into the United States of America, and then we're like, hey, by the way, no financial help for you. We have no fucking social safety nets. If you want to get treatment, if you want to get health care, suck my dick and die. Eat shit and die. None of that. Your money's no good here, and also your health care is non-existent. So
we've now taken in 50. Why? Because Priti Patel's refugee policy is working perfectly. It's not a mistake. It's not an anomaly. It's not a consequence of unforeseen circumstances. It is doing exactly what it was designed to do. Fans of the absurd would probably have noticed that this weekend a couple of people popped up claiming that Boris Johnson is enjoying an upsurge in popularity among his own party. Why? Whether that is because Priti Patel's refugee policy is working exactly as it is meant to do, only the people punting that ludicrous line would be able to tell you. But remember, we're sitting in a country now where Jacob Rees-Mogg thinks that the amount of money squirreled away here by dodgy Russian banks is actually something to boast about. And Nadine Dorries can't spell Ukraine. So what question to begin with this morning? I'm afraid I'm going in on the hardest one of all, and it will, I appreciate, be particularly hard for some people listening to this programme to answer, because you didn't mean them, did you? When you took the knee in front of Nigel's grubby little poster, the Breaking Point poster, when you doffed your cap at that, you didn't mean them, did you? You didn't mean Ukrainians. Who did you mean? People fleeing Vladimir Putin's air attacks that were being undertaken on behalf of Bashar al-Assad's corrupt government? Because they're the same bombs, dudes. They're exactly the same ordnance being shot.
Whoa, hold up now. Those refugees were brown, friend. I mean, I said I'm all right with the fucking Slavs, yeah? I mean, all right, Brexit was a little too far, right? I like the Poles, all right? They're driving our Ubers and our lifts out here, bruv, and that's all right to me. They're doing the workers' jobs. That's fine. I live in a nice little comfy Chelsea apartment, and I personally like all this. But now, if you're going to talk about the Syrian refugees, well, let me tell you something, all right? You're fucking out of your mind, bruv. They're brown. You want London to turn into Londonistan? Is that what you want? You lot have lost your fucking minds. That's why I'm voting for the Liberal Democrats once again. I'm just kidding. I don't know if there would be a Lib Dem. Fail RP, they say flat, not apartment. Oh, all right. Well, I don't want flat. It's a flat, bruv. It's a flat, mate. You fucking mental.
Shot at by exactly the same people. So who did you mean? The people running away from Syria because they didn't want to fight for Assad or ISIS? Oh no. We can't. No, we've got to carbon date their teeth. Priti Patel's refugee policy is doing exactly what it is designed to do, and it has made the United Kingdom
lost your fucking marbles,
look
James.
horrific. on the world stage.
You've lost your fucking marbles, James. I was with you when you fucking took a fat shite all over Jeremy Corbyn, that anti-Semite. I despise him. But you've lost your fucking marbles. Talking about Syrian refugees. You out of your fucking mind? This is London. This is England. We're coming home. We're bringing we're bringing footy back. 50p short of a pound.
Imagine reading about refugees, looking at the screens. Have you seen Kharkiv Station this morning? 1939 in colour. Imagine sitting in another country, holding the United Kingdom in high regard, thinking, rightly or wrongly, that we often lead the way on the world stage, that we were back in 1945, arguably, no, definitely the biggest player in Europe, arguably the biggest player in the world, although that's probably a slightly more complicated debate.
Your accent is a war crime? Okay, dude. All right, let's... I'm not interested in the rest of it. He's just like ripping into Priti Patel and the refugee... the ridiculous refugee policy that the UK has, the ridiculous but of course expected refugee policy, because as I said like literally 3 days ago, I think, when we were talking about the UK bringing in refugees, I told you that Brexit is Brexit, bruv. You don't understand. Brexit is Brexit, bruv. We need to let these Poles out of the country, okay? So, like, that was the main leading reason for so many fucking reactionary, dumbass, EDL-adjacent, Farage-loving baboons in the UK that are gonna fucking die, like, next week anyway. I don't know why the fuck they get to vote, but ended up voting for Brexit. And the main concern that they had were Polish workers coming in and taking our jobs. We're getting our fucking passports back. We're getting our fucking sovereignty back. Okay? Yeah. Kuno hates the Slavs. Kuno doesn't care. Kuno. Yes, old British people are not people is true. Old people in general that are reactionary fucks are barely fucking human. Anyway.
The leader to distribute the rent to his or her supporters. Now, Russia is not a democracy, has not been a democracy since, I'm going to say, 2003 or so. So when we're talking about
I gotta fucking pee. I'll be back,
leader,
love.
I'll
be back, love. I
critical
gotta pee.
for the leader to stay in power. We're talking about the top elites. So in Russia, these top elites can be roughly grouped in two groups. It's the oligarchs that we hear a lot about. Those are the ones whose yachts are being arrested right now and whose foreign accounts are being frozen. And the second group are the strongmen. So these are the closest friends of President Putin, who they usually go back to St. Petersburg times. And these are people in government positions who have influence on politics. The oligarchs do not have influence on politics. And so to understand why neither of the two groups has any interest to bring down the regime, you have to understand that the oligarchs are affected by the sanctions, are probably not supporters of this war, but the oligarchs are politically powerless. The way Putin set up his regimes, the oligarch essentially got a lot of cash in order to completely stay out of politics. So the oligarchs, if they speak up, all they have is to lose what they already have, what they haven't lost due to Western sanctions, but they still have assets that they can lose. Yes.
Forgive me for interrupting, but I just want to jump in because we've heard so much talk that, the oligarchs won't like that their money and their yachts and their homes are being taken away, that their accounts are being frozen, and they're going to be the reason why Putin stops the war against Ukraine. So what's your take on that analysis?
I don't think so. I agree. Obviously, they're not happy about their foreign properties being frozen. They are not happy about losing access to their foreign business partners and so on. But you have to understand that the majority of the wealth of these people is still inside the country. And if they speak up against the regime now, they stand to potentially lose their position, lose their remaining wealth. It's still a lot of money, even though their foreign assets aren't small.
So then talk to me about these strongmen, the secondary group that you're talking about. Are these military and KGB allies of Putin that are in strategic positions now?
Exactly.
What?
These are the St. Petersburg group that he brought and put into strategic positions. These people do have political power and do have a lot of access to the president.
Which means ex-KGB.
But the problem with these people
It's true,
is
though.
that
I found out, I was listening to NPR this morning, that Boris Johnson, by the way, who has direct ties to, like, Russian oligarchs, personally petitioned to give a lifetime appointment and a lordship to some Russian dude, the Russian media guy. What's his name? So now he's literally a fucking lord. He's like a lifetime lord. And at the time they said, like, no, that shouldn't happen. And Boris was like, that's Russophobic. Yes, that's absolutely Russophobic. You should give a lordship to my good friend, who is the son of Lebedev, the son of a former KGB agent. Yes. And you are engaging in Russophobia of the highest magnitude, and Lebedev deserves this lordship, which he now is a lord of Siberia. Yeah. Which, by the way, I mean, they at the time they conducted an investigation and found that he has no compromises. Nothing that is compromising. But yeah, no, he's the son of an oligarch. You fucking reacting shit. What? Your Boris Johnson voice is better than your other voices? I know, I do. It's because Boris is a, as you may or may not know, of course, Turkish descent. Yes, he is an Ottoman son, so that's why I am able to delicately do the Boris Johnson voice without any problems.
They, on the whole, are extremely ideologically conservative. So they, I imagine, are happy about the sanctions. They want Russia to be isolated from the world. They talk about it as Fortress Russia, and they are welcoming autarky. They want Russia to be self-sufficient, and they also are welcoming the hardening of the regime that we see in response to sanctions. They are happy about the regime becoming a full dictatorship, extremely repressive. That's exactly what they want. So they have no reason to topple the regime.
So it sounds like the two most powerful political and economic sets of people in Russia, sanctions or not, it's in their interest to keep Putin in his position. Am I understanding that correctly?
Exactly.
Okay, so if the sanctions cannot topple the current regime, what do the sanctions actually do?
There are two purposes, there are two things that these sanctions are achieving. One, these sanctions are a consequence of starting the war, right? So in that sense, the threat of sanctions was an attempt to prevent the war. And once the war started, now they impose the sanctions as a consequence to follow through with their threat. In that sense, sanctions failed. Now, there's another long-term effect of sanctions, the effect on Russia's economy. So right now, there's a lot of uncertainty. People are struggling to find critical medications. Any medications that are imported into the country are no longer available or extremely scarce. All the prices are dramatically increased. The food prices, I hear, are being price controlled by the government, so those have not increased, but the shelves in the stores are empty. So there's this general chaos. All the business partners, so any companies that have business partners abroad, the business partners are no longer working with them. So there's this general chaos and kind of return to the early 90s when the fall of the Soviet Union. I think the situation is very similar to that.
How long before the economy and Putin himself directly cannot pay his soldiers?
It's hard to say. It's important to understand that Russia is not completely in the corner, right? They have still some levers they can pull. They still have some options that they haven't exhausted. And so how creative they are at using those options is going to determine how long they can last under the Western sanctions.
So, Olga, forgive
Wow, the oligarchs controlling everything benefit from rationing food as a favor? What?
Because I don't want to run out of time, and this is so fascinating. But there is one other point I want to bring up, which is the suffering of ordinary Russians. The average Russian citizen makes anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 a year. Explain to me, I understand you're talking to people in Russia. What are they telling you about this war? What are they telling you about the sanctions? How are people coping?
There are two groups of people in Russia. There is one group, and it's a large group, it's a non-trivial group, that is fully supportive of the war. They think that the war is justified. They think that their president is freeing Ukraine. And this is a non-trivial component of the Russian society. To those people, these sanctions are laughable. They are, they're not concerned that some brands are leaving the country. They're not concerned that maybe some prices increase. They think it's all short-term and it's all for a good cause to free Ukrainian people from the Nazis. There's that group. The ones who have been consuming the Kremlin propaganda for a really long time, and they cannot really think any other way. And then there's another group. The other group is also not small. The other group who knows what is happening. The other group can access independent media outlets in Russian independent media outlets online using VPNs. They also can access foreign media outlets, and they know exactly what is happening, and they actually have known what's happening in Russia for a really long time. Now that group is terrified. That group is also helpless. That group, if they try to do something about the regime, if they go to the streets, this regime's reaction to the sanctions was already a hardening of the regime. So there are mass arrests. We hear about mass arrests. My friends on Facebook, though, are also posting about it not just being arrest where you get released in the next day and you just pay a small fine. Now they're threatening long jail terms for protesters. Now they are beating up the protesters cruelly. They are taking them to the police station and they're torturing them and trying to intimidate them in different ways, trying to prevent them from protesting again. So the options for the group that understand what is happening is go protest and possibly be arrested and be beaten up, and maybe your family also being persecuted, or stay quiet, just live your life, just try to do the best you can. The way some Russians like to talk about this is they say we've survived the 90s, we've survived a lot of things, we're tough, we can put up with this, we can just be quiet and hopefully it'll go away. I don't know if it's going to go away, but that's the approach that a large segment of Russian society is taking.
Okay. University of Toronto Assistant Professor Olga Chij joining us tonight. Thank you so much for your time, Olga.
You're very welcome.
Why can't the people that don't put up with this in Russia just leave? Where are they going to go, bro? Not that easy. The IAEA says Russia is not allowing Chernobyl workers to go home. They've been on duty for 12 days. And that's fucking insane. Wait, Russel Brand and Yanis Varoufakis? What the fuck?
A letter signed by several organizations of Russian socialists. We are told, they say, that the opponents of this war are hypocrites and that they stand not against the war, but for the West. This is a lie. This is Russian speaking. We have never been supporters of the United States and its imperialist policies. When Ukrainian troops shelled Donetsk and Luhansk, these are the eastern provinces with quite a few Russian speakers in the Ukraine that were sort of quasi-annexed by Putin in 2014. We were not silent, say the Russians, nor will we be silent now when Kharkov, Kiev, and Odessa are being bombed on the orders of Putin and his camarilla, his entourage. There are so many reasons to fight against the war. For us, advocates of social justice, equality, and freedom, that are especially important. This is an invasion. No threat to the Russian state exists. But go on, I won't bore you reading the whole paragraph. This war produces incalculable disasters for our peoples. Both Ukrainians and Russians are paying for it dearly with their blood. Long after the dust has settled, poverty, inflation, and unemployment will affect everyone, and they continue. This war will turn Ukraine into rubble and Russia into a prison. This is Russians speaking. The opposition media have already been shut down in Russia. People are placed behind bars. Soon, Russians will have only one choice, and that is to rise up or prison. This war multiplies all the risks and threats to our country. Russia, they mean. Even Ukrainians who a week ago sympathized with Russia are now enlisting in the militia to fight our troops. Finally, fighting for peace is the patriotic duty of every Russian, not only because...
Dude, this is like, I mean, verbatim, exactly what I believe and what I've been saying.
Because we are the custodians of the memory of the worst war in history, Second World War, when 20 million...
Guys, the person he's talking to is Yanis Varoufakis, famous for, Valve, working at Valve. Back when Valve was a cooperative corporation, okay, and nothing else. He was never involved in politics in Greece or anything like that. No, I love Yanis Varoufakis. He's Turkish. He's not Greek. That's also a joke. Yanis is pretty good. Progressive International is his organization. He was a Greek finance minister. He's an economist. He is a socialist. He's a bit too pan-European supremacist for my taste in some instances, even though he does, he is a big, like, no borders guy. Shaking my head, Turkish nationalism. No, he's awesome. Known for his kind views of the EU. Yeah, he loves... I mean, he wants to build like a fucking global order for sure by, creating EU-style partnerships across the board that are ultimately a part of, like some kind of federation. He says we're living in techno-feudalism, no longer in capitalism. I mean, he's not wrong.
Russians died, or Soviets, but also because this war threatens the integrity and very existence of Russia. And they finish off with this beautiful paragraph.
He must be the most thumb-looking leftist on the planet. Dude, he's hot as fuck. Are you kidding me? He literally fucking rides motorcycles. He's sexy as hell. You're crazy.
Putin is seeking to connect his own fate with the fate of our country. If he succeeds, then his inevitable defeat will be the defeat of the entire nation. Then we may indeed face the fate of post-war Germany, occupation, territorial division, the cult of collective guilt. There's only one way to prevent these catastrophes.
Known for his wife. Oh, yeah. Known for his wife who's featured in the Pulp song Common People. Yeah, he's like, he's a really, really interesting guy. I mean, I should have him on the stream. I'm pretty sure I'd probably be able to get him on. I was supposed to have him on the stream a long time ago, and then I never really actually followed through on that. But not hot because my girlfriend has a crush on him. In Greece, he is hated by the popular opinion because of Greek media propaganda, unfortunately. Complete lib nonsense to say we live in techno-feudalism. I mean, techno-feudalism is a state of capitalism. It is what it is. It's the way that capitalism has manifested itself. I don't know why you say like it's complete lib nonsense. What liberal thinks we live in a techno-feudalist world? What the fuck are you saying? What liberal thinks that the like Silicon Valley serfdoms are actually bad? No, Chatter is saying it's bullshit. Chatter is saying that it's lib bullshit because he's saying that no, this is just pure capitalism. It's pure capitalism. It's pure capitalism. It's nothing but. And you're deviating away from just applying Marxist principles to the capitalist organization of the economy when you turn around and say this is techno-feudalism or anything like that. No, this is just capitalism. It's annoying. It's an annoying semantics argument that the annoying leftist theory nerd is engaging in. Pay no attention.
We ourselves, the men and women of Russia, have to stop this war. This country belongs to us, not to a handful of distraught old men with palaces and yachts. It is time to take it back. Our enemies are not in Kiev and Odessa, but in Moscow. It is time to kick them out. War is not Russia. War is Putin and his regime. That is why we, Russian socialists and communists, are against this criminal war. We want to stop it in order to save Russia. No to intervention, no to dictatorship, no to poverty. Russell, that was the best news I've had since the beginning of this invasion. Reading this piece.
I mean, it means nothing, though.
Beautiful, Yanis, because it reminds us of something that becomes increasingly obscured when we live with the continual inveiglement of our own pervasive media, that actually and for always, the majority of people do not want, and neither do they benefit from, war.
You should have Russell Brand on the show. I don't know, man. Russell Brand has Russell Brand. Sorry. Russell Brand has always had some interesting takes, okay? He's like, I don't know if he's a fucking anti-vaxxer or not. I don't know what's going on. He's just interesting. That's all I'm going to say. He's a cutie. We have the same accent. He's too much of a crystal daddy, but hey, what are you going to do? And Whitcomb on the needs for very strict, rigidly policed, I don't know how to say it in Ann Whitcomb accent. Sanctions against Russia.
As the first
people that are making fun of me for saying that's a bad accent, hold on. I'm just going to go directly to her.
On the ground is absolutely essential. And there should be a really concerted attempt on the part of, you might call it a Western alliance, because Ukraine isn't part of NATO, can't invoke Article 5.
Literally spot on. Oh, she's lost a lot of weight. What the fuck? Yo, Ann Whitcomb. I've been on the Pilates train for quite some time now. That's right. I've been doing a lot of Pilates.
5, but there should be now a concerted international.
This is what happens when you fucking also do semen retention, but the female equivalent of that. And Whitcomb, famous incel, famous femcel, and Whitcomb still has yet to do the sexual intercourse. I will never do this.
Attempt to get military aid into Ukraine, even if we don't put boots on the ground. That's the first thing.
You?
The second thing is those sorts of opinion polls.
This place is turning into Facebook, and it sucks. Every crisis bringing out people's inner shit lib. This person doesn't even fucking follow me. They probably hate me, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, listen, a lot of your favorite fucking like leftist micro-influencer accounts to follow have already canceled me a long time ago when I bought a fucking house, because they cannot and they never will live outside of liberal hegemony, okay? They unironically are libs because they care about the aesthetics, okay? They care about the aesthetics. We're not going to get back to the fucking house stuff, but if you are losing sleep over socialist buys a house as a supposed Marxist-Leninist, then you are not a Marxist-Leninist. You are just a lib. Anyone who hates me as a lib, copium, is 100% true. No, people hate me for good reason, okay? Hate me because I'm fucking sexy, okay? A lot of people do. That's fine. But if you're a Marxist-Leninist and you're like, I can't blame this person bought a house or whatever the fuck, it's because you're not like a real Marxist-Leninist. You do not understand theory. You are literally just a fucking liberal. You hyper-focus on the aesthetics, just like liberals do. It's the why can't we have civility version of... It's the why can't we have civility version of fucking leftists. It's just leftism is an expression of your livelihood and your world. BuzzFeed is mad at you. 14 inappropriate things celebrities have said about the war in Ukraine. Wait, really? They put me on this? No shot. Twitch streamer Hasan Pikerface Bashlike after preemptively tweeted this about Russia. This is the hill I will die on. Russia cannot launch an urban counterinsurgency war with a neighboring country with 44 million people, with or without NATO support. This is why I've been saying he won't invade Ukraine, not because of anything else. He's a bad person, not a mad one. You know what's really funny about this is that like people just hear this part. I mean, people just see this and like refuse to recognize that like this is the part that is true though. Like my ultimate conclusion was proven wrong by the fucking weirdo Putin and his psychotic ambitions, but like this part is literally true. Remember when you said you'd be Tim Pool if Kyiv gets attacked? Yeah, except it doesn't matter because, once again, everybody who truly is looking at this charitably will understand what I mean and what I meant. And, and I've already... The only part you got wrong was Putin being a madman. He is behaving like a madman. His attitude is like a rabid dog. At least they called you a celebrity. Anyway, she defended you for the house, but not for this. Right, he bought a car and made the dumb video and shits on mutual aid. Like, I don't know how it was made to stroke Hasan's ego, man. The video is so lame. Lame and vain kind of thing I watch and feel like he made it more for himself than anyone else. Austinox made it as a joke, but go off, King. It was made to stroke Hasan's ego, man. Like, I don't know how anyone's arguing with you about this. Yeah, it was. I was like, dude, please. I was like, please, Austinox, make that video so I can stroke my ego. Just, I don't know. I wouldn't even be saying it if he got the car, but had done hundreds of thousands of mutual aid. At least then he could make the argument he's actually put a good portion of his money to good causes. Feel like he's just a giant fraud and his followers support it. Right, he bought the car and made the dumb video and shits on mutual aid. Dude, I mean, I'm sorry, but like at this point, and even before this point, I've like literally done fucking... There's one thing you don't shut up about, it's the car. Yeah. I'm always talking about how I have a fucking sexy ass car and I'm flexing it all the time. Yeah. Like, I do mutual aid. It doesn't matter. Mutual aid is not the end all be all the solutions, and it's really fucking annoying when anarchists constantly hold it up as though it's like the only way to demonstrate your fucking true socialist bones. And it's stupid, because if that was the case, then Jeff Bezos is the #1 socialist in America, okay? And so is Elon Musk. Anyway. Mutual aid isn't charity. I've done mutual aid as well. Shut the fuck up. And in some instances, mutual aid is literally fucking worse than charity, because mutual aid is just... I don't want to even get into it, okay? There are plenty of mutual aid initiatives that are run by God knows who, okay? Which is why it's a very delicate subject to work with, which is precisely why I only do mutual aid with other actual organizers and activists that I'm familiar with that point me in the right direction. Okay? But some of you motherfuckers literally think mutual aid is just like, hey, PayPal some or you know, post Black Cash Apps, King. How about you fucking mutually aid yourself in avoiding the top of the hour ad break? How about that? By fucking connecting your Amazon Prime account or someone else's Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account to get one free Twitch Prime subscription a month and therefore no longer see the motherfucking top of the hour ad break, okay? Or for $5, or if you get gifted a sub, okay? How about that? That's the 1 minute ad break now, baby. Let's go! Ooh! Your mic sucks, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, I know. It's on purpose. Can we talk about how mutual aid under capitalism is indistinguishable from charity? Well, mutual aid is still technically charity. It's just charity done by community organizers or whoever. In certain instances, not. It's just charity without any sort of regulation or regulatory control. That's what it is. And in some instances, it's really good because it goes directly to the fucking people that need it the most and doesn't have to go through the complicated 501c3 procedures that pay executives big salaries and shit like that. Okay? All right. Representative Salazar tortures House Democrats.
Back to
Marxists
Sunday
are
night
part
in
of the
America,
Democratic
tensions
Party.
are sky high between Russia and the West. Economic.
Wait, Trey Gowdy just straight up is a Fox News commentator now? What the fuck? I thought he was still in Congress. Is he no longer? What the fuck? Oh, no, he's not. He's not a representative anymore. Oh, my God. He's literally just a news personality. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Looks like he's weaking skin. I don't know what that means, but he is. Trey Gowdy, famously worse haircut. Someone should mutually aid Trey Gowdy and give him a fucking good haircut for once. What? People saying Trey Gowdy hasn't been a representative for a long time are unaware that he was literally he was a representative in South Carolina's 4th Congressional District from 2011 to 2019.
Sanctions, travel bans, business boycotts have further isolated Moscow from the rest of the world. Putin is looking for allies and may turn to Cuba. Russia claims it invaded Ukraine in part because it did not want weapons from the West pointed at Russia. The U.S. is not likely to allow missiles pointed at our country either. And Cuba is just 90 miles from America. What should and will our response be if Russia and Cuba partner up again? Florida Congresswoman Maria Salazar is the daughter of Cuban refugees and
2019 is 3 years ago, my dog. Dude, time has not passed since the end of 2019. It's just the truth. If you think that, like, we're literally living 2021, 2022, and 2020 part 1, 2020 part 2, 2020 part 3, okay? We're in 2020 part 3 currently, which is just the third part of 2020. Straight up. It has been frozen since 2019. Cuban Missile Crisis, yeah.
Sits on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. She joins us now. Congresswoman, what do we know about the relationship between Russia and Cuba?
I think it's a fantastic question, and it's very timely. Well, Cuba and Russia are enjoying right now the warmest relationship they have had since the fall of the Soviet Union. Last month, Vladimir Putin sent his deputy.
Dude, I fucking despise, like, how, oh, so bloodthirsty, dude. Like, this person is a fucking cackling hyena, okay? Remember when I was talking about that yesterday? Like, this is it. This is that jackal that I speak of. This is the dog that fucking screeches when there is just a brief moment of respite, a brief window for normalizing relationships with a country that we have fucking bullied since its revolution, okay? after we gave all the guns that we possibly could to the fucking dictator that has killed more in a short period of time than fucking Castro could have ever imagined killing throughout his entire duration. Okay? And this fucking jackal goes on television, okay? And is just like screeching about letting up our continued imperialist occupation of sanctions over Cuba. God fucking forbid. Holy shit, God forbid that the Cuban people have a brief moment. Dude, she's a politician who's a child of Cuban refugees. Chances are she grew up hearing about the plantation they left behind. It's disgusting, man. It's disgusting. She's like, anyone who tells you like, oh, what the fuck, we're easing up on the sanctions and the embargo on Cuba, normalizing relationships with Cuba, what the fuck, is just saying that because they want to turn it back into a fucking hotel destination and a fucking plantation, okay? That's it. That's what they want. Let the fucking Cuban people live, man. Holy shit. Let them fucking live. Disgusting.
To go to Havana, and they negotiated with the Castros two things. Number one, to light up again this spy post called Lourdes, where the Russians can intercept every military communication that we have, because remember that Havana is 90 miles away from Miami, the city that I represent in Congress. And not only that, the Russians are now willing to pay the Cubans to fix and revamp their airports, their ports, and use them, obviously, for military purposes down the line. So while Russia is doing this despicable act against the Ukrainians, they have been penetrating Cuba since the last couple of years. And it's paying off because Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua are with Vladimir Putin in this war. But it's not only Cuba, it's Venezuela, which is even worse. I'm not sure if you know that.
Nothing leaked, bro. Nothing leaked. It's just the friends list. And a million unread messages. But I hate when Discord is not on the left screen. I don't know why. If you shake application window, it will minimize all other windows. Yeah, I know. It's really fucking annoying. Here, let's run it back. I couldn't pay attention to what she was saying.
Since the last couple of years. And it's paying off because Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua are with Vladimir Putin in this war. But it's not only Cuba, it's Venezuela, which is even worse. I'm not sure if you know that this weekend, Juan Gonzalez, who is the National Security Council advisor, is in Caracas negotiating with...
Yeah, we should literally just... The things that I want to say about this fucking psycho, this sick freak, unfortunately, I cannot say because, you know, free speech has its boundaries, its limitations. Obviously, I am on a privately owned Amazon-backed platform. So if I were to say the things that I fantasize about doing to, you know, a American congresswoman in the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I would probably literally go to jail. I would immediately go to jail, but worse than jail and potentially, you know, a little bit of black site torture. I would be banned off Twitch. So I'm going to stop saying, I'm not going to stop thinking the things that I'm thinking about what she deserves, but I will not say it out loud. Okay. But you can't stop me from thinking it. Okay. You cannot. As of now, you can't stop me from thinking these things. And oh man, in my fucking mind palace, I am thinking those things right now. Just so bad. So absolutely bad, okay? Holy shit.
Nicolas Maduro, because the Biden administration has come up with the idea, since we're going to probably shut off oil from Russia, now we're going to buy it from the Venezuelans. So we are punishing one tyrant.
Oh no, that would be devastating if we allowed Venezuela to utilize their fucking natural resources. Wow, it would be so bad if they had some fucking money, dude. It would be so fucking bad, dude. I would lose my mind if that were to happen. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. It's disgusting that we get to speak like this about other countries. We are literally fucking Nazis, dude, okay? We are. We starve out the rest of the planet. And then we literally have our politicians cackle like hyenas on television to justify that starvation. How is that appropriate? Nuremberg trials for all of them.
In order to benefit another. But you know why? What's really underpinning all this situation is the fact that the Marxists are part of the Democratic Party, and they are not allowing Biden to do what is morally correct from this country, which is to help people that want to be free.
All right, speaking of freedom, what can the U.S. do with respect to Cuba to fan the flame of freedom in that country? What can and should we be doing to incent the Cuban people who want
to fan the flames of freedom in that country? What can we do? Yeah, keep funding the National Endowment for Democracy so they can go and like pay fucking Cuban rappers or some shit. Yeah, do the dude. Oh my God. By the way, everything I'm saying is 100% true. The American government, the American State Department, actually had multiple different plans, of course, other than the hundreds of attempts on Castro's life. All failed, obviously. But they had other hilariously pathetic attempts, like buying a rap group, basically, to create rap songs, okay, about Cuba Libertad, away from the horrifying, communist administration, communist government. And I love that because I fucking love that because it's like so liberal to think, yeah, no, like what we can do is do a Lin-Manuel Miranda. Like we'll have a Lin-Manuel Miranda in Cuba and everybody will listen to that fucking rap music and then they'll turn around and their opinions will change immediately. They will all fucking hate the Cuban government.
Want to be free.
Oh, thank you. There's one thing that the Biden administration could do, which is to empower the Cuban people to come out on the streets again and shout whatever thing they want to, which is the same thing they did in July 11th of last year. Cubans want to be free, and we need to give them...
Dude, there were bigger protests for the government than anti-government, dude. What happened, dude? Remember those protests? Remember how everyone was telling me, I'm a fucking piece of shit for defending the Cuban government? And, and then there was the Gusano debacle about how, it's like fucking slur. It's the worst slur that anyone's ever come up with. What happened to all of those incredibly important conversations that we were having on this platform? It was hilarious that nothing came of that, remember? I mean, I was still punished for the Crackergate shit, but, It's so funny. All of those people that cared about that stuff a lot, that said that was the most important thing to do at the time is to liberate Cuba by fucking, I don't know, drone striking it or whatever, or by tweeting Cuba Libertad. What happened to all that? Which, by the way, the protests against the government were fucking minuscule, and then the government did what they always fucking do, which is bring out their biggest supporters to go take the fucking streets and demonstrate as a counter-protest. And that was ironically, that was literally the footage that Fox News and so many other places used to show how much support, to show how little support the government had. And they were literally showing footage where they were, the protests were, they were flying like fucking the revolution flags. Yeah, 26 Julio. Anyway.
one thing: leadership and connectivity.
No, I don't.
I myself have spoken with the State Department many times, asking them, please give the Cubans the same thing that we're trying to give the Ukrainians: connectivity, internet. Because once the Cuban regime turns off the internet, like they did with the Ukrainians, the Cubans will know, those who are on the street being brutalized by the repressive apparatus, they will know that at least the rest of the world is watching what they want to do. That's the first thing, connectivity. And number two, sending the message to Raul Castro that we are not.
She doesn't mean internet. She means the fake Twitter that the CIA also tried to make in Cuba, which also failed spectacularly. Again, look it up. Real thing. They tried to make like a fucking CIA Twitter in Cuba so they could... Dude, we are the dumbest fucking country on the planet. I swear to God. I don't know how the fuck we have been able to brutalize everybody and like run this shit for as long as we have. That's awesome.
We, the United States, we're not going to allow military personnel. We're not going to allow for the Russians to be paying for anything in Cuba, and that we want to make sure that Putin doesn't have an ally in the Castros. But we're not doing that with Venezuela, with Nicaragua, and with Cuba.
All right, Congresswoman, you're in the minority in the House, at least for now. Is there any sense that the Democrats in the House, and they run the show, are putting pressure on Biden to get tougher on Russia, whether it's in Ukraine or whether it's in Cuba? Is there pressure coming from the House?
Are you fucking stupid? Normalizing relationships with Cuba is literally being tough on Russia. Lifting the oil sanctions on Venezuela is actually a part of the tough on Russia policy, so they can actually fucking, you know, turn around and institute some kind of energy sanctions without taking a haircut on the fucking profits for Shell. That's it. The idea that this is like something that we're only now allowing is so disgusting to me. It is so morally abhorrent. I cannot stress this enough, dude. We are fucking scumbags. Our government is full of fucking bloodthirsty, maniacal, vulturous scumbags, okay? Some of which have the worst haircut on the planet, like Trey Gowdy, and others who are able to fucking cackle like this on television and screech and basically fantasize about continuing the subjugation that we have placed these people under for the crime of living under an administration that has historically wanted to fight back against imperialist Western capitalist nations. Fuck you.
Democrats, because that's who he listens to.
No, unfortunately, because as you know, there is a part of the Democratic Party that believes that this country is bad and that Marxism is the right ideology. And unfortunately, I always tell my colleagues that they have drank the Kool-Aid, that they do not know what democratic socialism means. Anything that has to do with socialism, if not ask the Ukrainians, my friend Victoria Spark, who is the only Ukrainian on the floor, we know, we Cubans, my parents, my ancestors. So that is why the Biden administration has not been able to be more forceful against Vladimir Putin, against the Castros, or against the...
When she says my ancestors were anti-communist, understand that she's literally saying, like, I owned slaves. My ancestors owned slaves. Sure, there are plenty of Cubans, second-generation Cubans or whatever. Well, not second-generation, but first-generation Cubans that don't like the current administration, don't like the economic situation in Cuba. Not every single fucking Cuban that hates Castro is a direct descendant of slave owners, obviously. I'll give him that. But when she says ancestors, okay, with her entire chest, understand that the historic anti-communists in Cuba were, a fan of the dictatorship before the regime change and the revolution.
Maduro regime. I'm telling you, one of his advisors is right now in Caracas negotiating. So may the Lord help this country, but we know that that influence that Biden is surrounded by is nefarious for the future of America.
Well, thank you, Congresswoman, for keeping your eye on all the different spots, South America, Cuba, Ukraine. Can't wait to have you back on. Thank you for joining us on the Sunday night.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Insane.